Chapter 27. A lot of people may have heard of the names Andrira Lung, Ci, Jinsheng, and Fiegler Knight, but not many actually knew them. Alan's family had founded two League of Stars electronic magazines, so the faces of many famous people were deeply engraved in Alan's mind. That was why Alan recognized the trio beside Syl the moment he saw them. For a time, he didn't know how to react. He hadn't received any news that these three would come to Seven Lights University, and Alan had always thought that the brightest stars of this term were the twin stars of Seven Lights, Kong Man and Pride. But today, Alan was truly stunned. When the trio looked at him at the same time, Alan suddenly felt nervous. Alan, who had always been friendly with everyone, actually felt nervous at that moment. Back then, Alan's father had pointed at the trio on Stars of Tomorrow in private and told Alan that these three would definitely stand at the top of the business, military, and academic worlds in the future. Alan didn't know why his father would give the trio such high praise. He hadn't said anything like this even when the twin stars of Seven Lights appeared, but Alan absolutely believed in his father's judgment. Fortunately, Alan was experienced and quickly adjusted his mentality. Syl, these three are your roommates? It's an honor to meet you, Alan roared in his heart. Holy shit, Syl's roommates are these three big shots. You know all of them? Then I won't introduce them. Yes. It is my honor to have you all here. Alan led the way at the front, while thinking that he would have to change his plans later. He would add some high-end dishes later and satisfy these people no matter what. But reality didn't go as Alan wished. When he approached the entrance of Carefree Hall, he heard a group of people talking and laughing inside. Who is that Alan kid going down to pick up? A slightly arrogant and impatient voice asked. I know that kid. I met him on the transport. Syl had heard this voice on the transport before. What followed was a giggle filled with thick disdain. He's just a guy who lives in a quadruple room and eats at a common restaurant. This was one of the three girls. Then came another wave of laughter. There were all kinds of comments. Alan's vision darkened, and he nearly fell head first. Holy shit, I shouldn't have invited them. Also, why didn't he close the door? If you want to say bad things about them, you should at least say it behind closed doors. Bah, even if the door is closed, you can't say it. It was clear that Celine and the other three had heard every word of their conversation. Before Syl could say anything, Lung had already started shouting, Yo! It looks like someone doesn't welcome us. It looks like everyone here is a big shot. Lung didn't care about Alan's face at all. He said whatever he wanted to say. Alan didn't even have the time to cry now. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to appease them. Among the few people who were still laughing, a young man stood up as if his buttocks were on fire. His face was red as he stammered. Young Master Long. This person had only seen Lung once when he followed his old man to negotiate. Even his old man had to pay attention to his words and actions in front of Lung. He himself was nothing in front of Lung. None of the people here were idiots. When they saw their companion's reaction, they immediately choked up and stopped joking around. Lung didn't even look at the person who stood up. The sofas were already full, so he just pulled over a chair and sat down. Syl and the other two sat beside him as well. This way, a strange scene was formed. A dozen or so people were sitting on soft, luxurious sofas, while 4 people were sitting on chairs. Although they seemed to be sitting casually, the aura of these 4 people was too strong. The people sitting on the sofas felt they couldn't even raise their heads in front of these 4 people. It was as if there were nails on the sofas, making them feel uneasy. The thing that broke this strange situation was Pride's arrival. A bodyguard came in first to take a look, and when he saw the 4 people on Syl's side, he froze for a moment. He was especially surprised when he saw Knight. However, this made the bodyguard feel a lot more at ease. Originally, he thought this place would be very mixed up and would be bad for the young master's growth. But since this person was also here, then they didn't need to worry. The little wimp is here too? Knight snorted. The moment he heard Knight's voice, Pride, who had walked in with his chin held high and didn't even look anyone in the eye, bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Knight, why are you here? If a little wimp like you can come, why can't I? Pride turned his head away, dragged over a chair, and sat down next to him. Although he didn't like Knight, he didn't even want to look at the people on the sofa. By now, even an idiot would know that these people sitting on chairs were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, why would Pride even look at them in the eye? The people sitting on the sofa each had their own thoughts and didn't say a single word. The way the girls looked at Scylla was different now. Scylla was munching on sunflower seeds at the side, watching the show. Interesting. I'll tell Diaz and the others about today's interesting events later. After Pride sat down, he looked curiously at Ci, Jinsheng, and Lung. He had seen Scylla on the transport vehicle, so he automatically ignored him. These are my roommates, Scylla, Ci, Jinsheng, and Lung. Knight made a simple introduction, then turned around and said to Scylla and the others, "This little wimp is called Pride." He only said his name and nothing else. Pride only snorted in dissatisfaction at Knight, calling him a little wimp, but if anyone else had called him that, Pride would definitely have turned hostile. He had no choice. He was defeated by Knight last time, so he could only endure this nickname. Pride gritted his teeth. He would get his revenge sooner or later and beat this guy until even pigs wouldn't recognize him. "I didn't expect you to live in a quadruple room," Pride said disdainfully. Knight spread his hands. "It can't be helped. I'm poor, so I can only eat at the canteen's public restaurant, and can only live in a quadruple room that no one else chooses. It was Scylla's friend who coincidentally brought us here today, but we don't seem to be welcome here." Alan's cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. He was wronged. He swore to the heavens that he did not, and would never dare to, have such thoughts. Alan didn't know what to say right now either. These people all had very strange tempers, and right now Alan couldn't figure out what they were thinking either. He could only look at Scylla for help. After receiving Alan's SOS signal, Scylla put down the melon seeds. "I'm hungry." Alan prepared to serve the dishes. "All right, let's serve a few dishes first. Please feel free to order whatever you want to eat." Alan hurriedly passed over a few menus, as if he had been liberated. In the end, on one end of the enormous rectangular table were 5 people sitting on chairs eating to their heart's content, while on the other end was a person sitting on a sofa, trembling with fear and cold sweat. In short, the atmosphere of this meal was strange. Knight was the type to finish fights quickly, so Knight had already finished 3 bowls before Pride had even finished his first bowl. However, Scylla and the other 2 weren't slow either. After they finished eating, the 4 of them took their leave. Although Pride ate rather slowly, he didn't have the mood to eat after Knight, and the other 3 left. He pushed his bowl away and left. No matter what the remaining people said after they left, Scylla and the other 3 didn't take it to heart. After they returned to the dormitory and tidied up their things, they had a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Scylla was woken up by Knight. After they finished choosing their classes, they went to the special training room at the school district to spar. According to the rules, students had 2 days to choose their classes after registration. Every dormitory was equipped with a platform, and the subjects were also used on that platform. During breakfast time, the 4 of them finished choosing their classes one after another. Breakfast was made by Lung's household robot, and it was pretty good. The 4 of them placed their breakfast ingredients in the kitchen and programmed the robot so that it would immediately eat breakfast after waking up. After breakfast, the 4 of them sat on Lung's flying car and headed to the training room at the school district. After all, the dormitory's training room was too small, and they could only do some simple training. If they wanted to fight freely, they could only go to the training room at the school district. There was more space there, and there were all kinds of training modes. There weren't many people using the training room today, so Scylla used Ci Jinsheng's orange card to choose a spare medium-sized training room. This was because Scylla and the other 2's red cards could only choose a small training room. Logically speaking, a small training room was only needed for a 2-man battle, but Knight felt that it was still too small, so he chose a medium-sized one. There were only Scylla and the other 3 inside the medium-sized training room. Ci Jinsheng and Lung were watching from the quarantine area on the side, while Scylla and Knight were doing warm-up exercises inside. They were digesting the breakfast they just ate. Their jackets were also left in the quarantine area so that they wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. "Are you done?" Knight asked. "Yes, let's begin." Chapter 28. When Knight asked the question, his knees were slightly bent, and he placed his center of gravity on the tip of his toes. He clenched his fists in front of him, ready to fight at any moment. Sillin raised his leg and took a step sideways. He spread his arms wide and placed them seemingly casually at his sides, but it looked like they were full of openings. When he finished saying, "Let's begin," the emotions in Sillin's eyes gradually settled down. There was not a trace of emotion in them, a stark contrast to the intense battle intent in Knight's eyes. His former instructor said that he could determine the opponent's next move from the look in their eyes, but Knight could only see calmness in Sillin's eyes, a calmness that was as deep as the abyss. Knight had seen calmness in many people's eyes, but those people were senior instructors or people like his own father. Knight had never seen such calmness among his peers. This Sillin gave Knight a very strange feeling. It was as if he was a quiet hunter waiting for his prey to fall into his net. Prey? Knight was amused by his own thoughts. Who's the hunter and who's the prey? We'll talk after we fight. Bam! Making the first move, Knight's figure instantly vanished from where he stood. The air where he stood let out a loud bang due to the instantaneous compression and collision. Knight rushed forward and his fist tightened the moment it reached Sillin's face. His speed was several times faster than before, and his strength was at its peak at this moment. Just when Knight thought he was about to hit Sillin, he felt his elbow sink. It was pulled away from his target as if it had entered a whirlpool. At the same time, Sillin's other hand passed through the gap and attacked Knight's neck. Knight raised his hand to block it. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and punched at Sillin's face again. This time, the speed of the punch was much faster. Sillin could hear the friction between Knight's fist and the air, the kind that carried a crackling sound. Sillin dodged and moved away. He twisted his body and moved forward at the same time. A head-on confrontation? No, that's not it. That strange whirlpool-like force appeared once more and sucked Knight's fist away from its original line of attack, gluing it to Knight's fist. This time, Knight clearly saw the source of that strange force. It was the whirlpool formed by the movements of Sillin's palm and even his entire arm. Using softness to overcome hardness? When Knight was training in the past, both his instructor and his father had told him about using softness to overcome hardness. Since almost everyone in the Fiegler family was the hard and fierce type, Knight had learned many ways to deal with it so that he would not be at a disadvantage in the future. However, the one he liked the most was to add hardness to hardness, absolute hardness. Although he had this thought in his mind, the movements of his hands were definitely not slow. His knife hand went straight for Sillin's throat. In the next moment, the palm that was blocked did not completely retract. Instead, it quickly flipped over and struck Sillin's chest. He did not stop for even a moment, and his speed was still increasing. His eyes, ears, neck, throat, ribs, stomach, shins, tailbone. Every time he struck, he aimed at his target, but he would always be glued to the wall, the floor, and the ceiling by the cyclone. Up until now, Sillin hadn't actually attacked much. He was mostly defending. Every time he fought against a different opponent, he would always first observe his opponent's fundamentals and combat style. As he dealt with and neutralized his opponent's attacks, he would also improve on his own shortcomings and learn new techniques. Sillin had never seen Knight's fist style before. Although he could deal with it now, Sillin knew that Knight was changing step by step. At first, Sillin could still lead Knight's fist to a certain direction, but slowly, the attacks of the fists grew fiercer and faster. The power of the whirlpool could no longer control the attacks, and could only fling them away. This meant that Knight was slowly reaching the limits of this whirlpool. Banging sounds rang out continuously in the training room. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all starting to cave in. It was obvious just how powerful the punches were to be able to make a dent in the specially made walls and ceiling of the training room. Xianxia and Lung sighed in their hearts as they felt the tremors in the training room from the quarantine area. Isn't this too powerful? Xianxia, is Sillin's genotype really only B rank? Xianxia nodded. Sillin's enrollment profile showed that his genotype was B rank, but Knight was an actual A rank genotype. An A-ranked genotype against a B-ranked genotype with such fierce firepower right off the bat? Moreover, Sillin was still able to defend against Knight's attacks even now. To be more precise, Sillin was taking advantage of the momentum and luring his opponent to miss. Looking at the shaking training room, Lung sighed. Those people from the management department are probably starting to pay attention. It would be weird if they didn't notice such a huge commotion. It was just that the four of them had turned off all the monitors in the training room when they came in, but there was no way that the people from the management department wouldn't have a backup plan, right? Xianxia did not say anything. He took out a finger-sized device and pressed it. Many small probes and pinhole cameras appeared at the bottom, walls, and ceiling of the training room. There were also a few places where the surveillance equipment was merged with the wall. At first glance, there was nothing special about this place at all. At the same time, everything related to this training room on the monitors in the management department was blank. Even the records had been erased. Check the card reader in that training room. A person from a management department said. Found it. He didn't erase this card reader record. The card reader's name is Xianxia. His surname is Ci. The person thought for a moment. Never mind, don't bother with that training room. As long as they don't destroy the training room, let them do whatever they want. Because the commotion in Sillin's training room was too big, the people who were originally training in the surrounding training rooms all came out of curiosity to see what was going on. Who was so awesome as to cause such a commotion? The few training rooms nearby could clearly feel the tremors. The group of people followed the sound and arrived in front of the training room. The room door was tightly shut, and it was still in no spectators allowed mode. They could not enter, so they could only gather in front of the door and discuss. People came over one after another to join the discussion circle. Neither Sillin nor Knight had the heart to think about the reactions outside. The two of them fought faster and faster. They could still see after images before, but now they couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. Instead, fleeting bolts of lightning began to appear clearly. The Fiegler family's thunderstorm fist, Xianxia said, while looking at those bolts of lightning. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Lung had only seen it in videos on electronic magazines before, but those were just blurry images. Normal magazines did not dare to analyze too much about things related to the military. Right now, Sillin, who was defending against Knight's attacks in the field, could clearly feel the air around him beginning to stir restlessly. Some of the particles were starting to fission and release energy. And these changes were all caused by Knight. They were as dense as a rainstorm, carrying with them the momentum of a thunderbolt. Every time Knight punched out, there would be a flash of lightning, and the sound of crackling could be heard continuously. This wasn't fancy, it was real lightning. Sillin could already feel the numbness from touching those tiny particles on his skin. It felt like he was inside an electric field, and the electric field was still strengthening. The number of fission particles increased, and the numbness grew stronger with every movement. Sillin could even smell the burnt smell of his clothes burning. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if this continued. Meanwhile, the bulging veins on Knight's arms and the speed of his punches were starting to slow down, showing that his strength was about to reach its peak. Bam! Sillin used the force to fly a few steps back. Knight, who was pressing forward, noticed that Sillin's arms shook and scattered the original cyclone. What replaced it was an aura that was completely different from before. It was unfathomable, immeasurable, and even suffocating. At this moment, the restless particles around Sillin's body began to calm down. This is the real you, isn't it? While he was thinking, Knight's feet pushed off the ground again, and the momentum of his charge rose to its peak. The crackling lightning seemed like it was going to tear through space itself. Sillin did not dodge Knight's attack, nor did he use his previous method of making it miss. Instead, he faced it head-on. He stood there, stretched out his fist, and met it head-on. Bang! Bang! These two sounds rang out almost at the same time. The recoil from the collision of the two fists sent Sillin and Knight flying towards the walls on both sides. The students who were having a heated discussion outside the training room became deathly silent at this moment. because they saw that a human-shaped protrusion had been smashed into the wall. These students were very familiar with the resistance of the wall after training in the training room for such a long time. If they wanted to leave a footprint on the wall, they probably wouldn't even be able to break their bones. But what was going on in front of them? Xianxia and Lung's eyelids twitched as they watched. Fortunately, these two were not sent flying towards the quarantine area, where the quarantine layer would have been smashed as well. Night was very strong. Xianxia and Lung knew this a long time ago. As someone from the same generation as them, even if they were in different fields, they would often hear high praises from their seniors. But what about Sillin? Since when did the Duans family produce such a monster? How could a person who could fight Night to a draw be an unknown person? He was like a star that had always been hidden in the darkness, watching the world quietly and then displaying his astounding brilliance in a place no one knew about. But no matter what, this star would soon appear before everyone's eyes. Since he had walked out of the darkness, his dazzling light could no longer be concealed. Chapter 29. Both Sillin and Night were embedded into the two opposite walls of the training room. Sillin landed on the ground from the wall, moved his arms, and shrugged his shoulders. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard every time he moved. On the other side, Night's situation was almost the same. This is so good. This is the first time I've had such a good fight since I came to Seven Lights. Night laughed quite happily. Xianxia and Lung's faces twitched as they watched the duo's performance in the field from the quarantine area. These two were actually born with the zodiac sign of King Kong, weren't they? Both of them had smashed into a human shape on the wall. They crawled up and shook themselves, but they were completely fine. Sillin looked at the clothes on his body. There were a few spots that were obviously char black. It was fortunate that he had brought a change of clothes for the sake of insurance. The training room did not have an individual changing room, and they were all men anyway. What was there to be shy about? They could just strip off their clothes and change. While Sillin and Knightley were changing their clothes, Lon picked up the mini camera and snapped pictures. Next time I'll put your changing pictures up for auction on Seven Lights website. Lung, do you want to stick a picture on the wall too? Knight pointed at the two human-shaped depressions on the wall with his chin. Sigh, we're roommates after all. If worst comes to worst, I'll give you half of the profit. Speaking of which, Sillin, are you really a rank B genotype? A lot of rank A genotypes can't compare to you. He sure was quick to change the topic, but Knight was indeed led away by the topic. True. At the end, I felt like I had crashed into an armored car. Knight swung his arms and said, in truth, Sillin hadn't used much strength when he slapped the two flying cars down, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have slapped them to that extent. Sillin smiled. It's because of my constitution. You should enter the military with that constitution of yours. I guarantee that you'll rise quickly. Pride's second brother Ji Fei Hong is a good example. Back when he was a recruit, he single-handedly challenged an entire class. My dad called it an A+ constitution, and the reason for this phenomenon might be hybrid advantage. Hybrid advantage. Indeed, just from the names of Pride and his second brother, one could tell that their parents were not of the same race. Of the two sons, one was named after their father and the other after their mother. But, Knight continued, I know of some people whose parents are not of the same race, but their genotype is only rank B, which is a far cry from their parents' rank A genotype. Of course, I don't know about your situation, Sillin. I don't know about the Duans family situation either. I was in a good mood right now, so he was especially talkative. Lung narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin. If that's the case, wouldn't our child have a higher chance of being A+ genotype if I find a woman from another galaxy? Xianxia looked thoughtful. There are indeed people who have researched this before. Some people think that the further the parents are from each other, the higher the chances of their children being genetically superior. All right, Lung clapped. I'll find a woman from another galaxy to be my wife in the future. You've decided to stay clean? Sillin asked in disbelief. That's two different things. The wife is from another galaxy, but the lover doesn't have many requirements. The three of them looked at him in disdain. Sillin would never tell anyone the truth about his physique. The chip integrated into his body was his biggest secret. Outside the training room, a group of students were discussing whether the person inside was an instructor or an upper grade student when the door to the training room opened. The discussion immediately stopped. Sillin and the other three walked out one after another. Sillin and the other three only swept a glance at the students gathered outside the training room before walking straight towards the exit. Who are those for? They don't have student badges, so I don't know which year they are. It's that guy. Some of the upper grade students recognized Lung. Lung's name spread very quickly among the upper grade students, because this young master of the Andrira family was the one who interacted the most with the upper grade students who set up stalls at the trade area during this period of time. So he's this year's first grade students? That's way too fierce. Someone looked at the human-shaped protrusion that had smashed into the training room's wall and gulped. Not even the 5th, 6th, or 7th grade students who specialized in military affairs could have such destructive power, could they? Not far away, a couple of 3rd grade students were leaning on the railing and withdrawing their gazes from Sillin and the other three. Fiegler Knight? I didn't expect that guy to come to Seven Lights. Didn't he always look down on all academies other than the military academies? A young man wearing an ear stud said. His voice was thick with sarcasm. Oh, you know them, Stuart? Which one is Knight? The person beside him asked curiously. The ear stud young man called Stuart did not say anything. He seemed to not want to talk about it. At the same time, 2 girls were also having a discussion on a teaching building slightly further away from here. There was a long-distance viewing device placed in front of them. Sister Fu Luo, who do you think was fighting inside just now? The girl who spoke looked a little younger. She blinked her big eyes, and her voice carried a hint of playfulness. When she smiled, 2 little dimples would appear on her cheeks, making her look very cute. What do you think? The girl called Fu Luo only smiled faintly, elegant and fresh. The younger girl held her chin and pointed at Knight on the screen. This guy must be one of them. That battle aura hasn't died down yet. She then pointed at Xianxia. This guy definitely didn't fight. As for the other 2 guys, her big eyes swept between Lung and Sillin before she pointed at Sillin. This guy has a higher chance of fighting. I think so too. But why do they look completely fine after crashing into the walls of the training room like that? Fu Luo stared at the ruby-like flying car that rose into the sky and flew into the distance with a complicated look in her eyes. She had a feeling that the coming days of Seven Lights would not be peaceful. After Sillin returned to the accommodation, he took a good bath, ate the fast food the robot prepared, and shut his door to sleep. He needed to analyze today's battle in detail in that state. During his sleep, every step of his sparring session with Knight replayed clearly in his mind. Knight's every movement, the contraction and contraction of every muscle, the minute changes in the surrounding air, the fission of particles, the generation of electricity, everything began to play in slow motion in high definition. However, Sillin's sleep did not last too long. At least he woke up the next morning. He looked at the time display on the bedside, scratched his head, and went downstairs to wash up. The smell of breakfast was already coming from downstairs. Just as he went downstairs, he saw Lung swinging his legs while shouting at the teacher information display on the hostel's teaching platform. Look, this teacher's eyes are so pretty. They look like shit. Sillin, are you praising or insulting me? Xianxia, who was eating his breakfast and spreading mayonnaise on his bread, paused when he heard this. He frowned at the mayonnaise on the bread and suddenly lost his appetite. Sillin did not care that much. He needed to replenish his energy after exhausting his brain power. After asking the robot to make him 5 portions of the same breakfast, he picked up the ham bread on the table and took a bite. Where's Knight? Lung raised his hand and pointed upwards. He's fixing that wireless jammer or something on the roof. All right, Sillin, we can use our internet now. Jinsheng installed something so that the people from the management department can't find our real information. This also means that we don't have to worry about being caught and having our credits deducted even if we curse the headmaster on Seven Lights. It's not just Seven Lights. The internet of Sector B's University Alliance will work as well. Xianxia said affirmatively. That's great. I had a flash of inspiration yesterday and compiled a love letter. I'm going to send it to all the beauties of Sector B's universities. Lung took out his tablet excitedly. Silin and Ci, Jinsheng moved closer to see just what kind of touching confession it was. The words on the tablet were, "You are that fire. The moment you appeared, all the blood in my body began to boil my soul and boil for you. That heat that seeped deep into my bones made me willing to search for you in all the carnations in the galaxy. I was not willing to stop for anyone else." Silin and Ci, Jinsheng were sweating profusely, leaving aside the horrifying words of all the blood in his body cooking his soul. What the hell was up with that carnation? The duo pointed at the word carnation on the tablet that was rendered in pink and crimson tones and looked towards Lung. Isn't carnation a symbol of burning love? Lung opened his eyes wide with an innocent look on his face. Then what does a red rose symbolize? Silin asked again. Lung said with an expression that even a child would know this. Of course I know this. It's a curse. Silin and Ci Jinsheng. Curse my ass. Knight, who was walking down the stairs after installing the jammer and about to show off, was so shocked that he nearly fell down the stairs. Every day, every day, every day. Young master, even if you're writing a love letter, you can't just use flowery words carelessly. Silin and the others finally deeply understood what was missing in this young master's brain. Chapter 30. On the day of the freshmen's opening ceremony, Silin's quartet sat a few rows at the back of the auditorium. Silin was sleeping on his chair. Knight was playing with the tank model in his hands. Ci Jinsheng was reading a book, and Lung was looking left and right at the beauties. In short, none of the quartet paid attention to the speech of the freshman representative and Seven Lights higher-ups at the center stage. In reality, there were a lot of students like them. However, Silin suddenly heard a familiar voice in his sleep state. He woke up from his slumber and opened his eyes to look at the center stage. As expected, it was a familiar face. The speaker was one of the vice headmasters of Seven Lights, the head of the scientific research department, Mo Hung. He was also the old man Silin met at the train station at the trade zone. When Silin looked over, the speaking Mo Hung suddenly noticed Silin's gaze. After a moment of blankness, a rather meaningful smile appeared on Mo Hung's face. Vice Headmaster and Ting, who was sitting next to Mo Hung and thinking about what to eat for lunch, suddenly shivered. He looked up and saw Mo Hung's strange smile. To those who did not know Mo Hung, the smile looked amiable, but those who did know Mo Hung knew that this old man must be up to something again. Silin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth was this vice headmaster trying to do? Silin's quartet left impatiently when the opening ceremony was finally over. They were really bored to death sitting there. After the opening ceremony, it was time for class to officially begin. Seven Lights offered a lot of courses, and they were divided into major categories: literature, economics, theory, engineering, military, and so on. There were no other restrictions, such as category restrictions aside from rank restrictions. However, if a student chose a course but failed the exam in the end, then apologies, not only would their credits not increase, they would even be deducted. Therefore, normally, students would choose a major that they were familiar with. They would be able to advance as long as they had enough credits. If they could not meet the minimum requirements, they would have to repeat a year, and if they could not advance in 3 years, they would be forced to drop out of school. However, if they could obtain enough credits, they could apply to advance in advance. The military was what the male students yearned for the most, but it was also the hardest to obtain credits. Therefore, if one wanted to choose the military, they had to first weigh themselves. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret it even if they lost themselves. Of course, it was impossible for the academy to stifle the enthusiasm of the students. Each major category had its own elective courses. Those who were interested in that category but were not sure if they could get all the credits could choose the elective courses. The credits for the elective courses were only 1/10 of the credits for the original courses, but they were easy to get, and the teachers were not strict, so they were quite popular among the students. C.I. Jinsheng had chosen some courses under the general category of literature. Since he was a specially enrolled student, there were other standards. Lung mainly chose economics, but he also chose literature as an elective because there were many beauties there. In his words, he was going there to wash his eyes. Without a doubt, Knight chose the military category. He wasn't interested in anything else. As for Silin, he had chosen a few courses under each major, and none of them were electives. As long as their schedules didn't clash and they were within class time, he would choose them all. It could be said that Silin's daily schedule was relatively full. Of course, weekends didn't count. Weekends were a time for rest and recuperation. Due to the different courses they chose, the chances of the four of them meeting each other during the day was much lesser. Silin bought another hoverboard. After all, he couldn't always count on Lung's flying car, and everyone's class schedule was different. Specially enrolled students like C.I. Jinsheng often stayed over at the research division, while Knight often stayed over at the training division. After all, it was more convenient there. Lung would drive his flying car to the trade area every day after class to tease the higher grade students, causing everyone in the trade area to want nothing more than to run away from Lung the moment they saw him. Therefore, in this way, only Silin was a permanent resident of the dormitory. But that was fine. It made it more convenient for Silin to handle some matters. That Boston creeper wrapped in ecological film was going to stick up if it wasn't dealt with soon. On the first weekend of the semester, Silin was the only one in the dormitory. Silin took out a clean tray from inside his room, tore open the ecological film, and placed the vine on top. The surrounding nutrient solution didn't seem to be of much help to it. The green color of the leaf appeared dim and weak. Silin placed his finger on the leaf and closed his eyes, feeling the information transmitted from his finger. The division of every cell on the leaf, the different components within the cells, the interpretation of genetic information. The relevant information and data flashed through his mind, and the biochip integrated into the chromosomes in Silin's body analyzed everything it came into contact with like a precise instrument. Silin had a very strange feeling. It was different from those lifeless things. This kind of pulsating liveliness gave Silin the urge to communicate with it. Silin seemed to have found this vine's life code. If he could decipher this code, he would be able to understand this plant's survival conditions. More specifically, he would be able to know what this plant needed the most right now. Silin could clearly sense what this vine was yearning for, and at the same time, he could also sense its weakness and unease. Thoughts? That's right, that's their thoughts. Silin remembered Jinya's words very clearly. Back then, Jinya had told Silin while sitting under the Fuji tree, there are very few people who truly care about the lives of plants, but in reality, they desire to communicate more than anything. The resonance of life is much easier to win their favor than a rigid machine. Of course, Jinya's words were actually based on the Fuji tree. Fuji trees were considered superior in the world of plants, or else they wouldn't have been called upper tree Fuji. Jinya had also said that the higher the grade, the clearer their thoughts. They were like a species between plant and animal, with the form of a plant and the thoughts of an animal. From the looks of it, this mutated Boston creeper was actually an evolved species. Silin could accurately contact that kind of clear thoughts. His thoughts were transmitted through the biochip in his body to the leaf, and Silin expressed his kindness. This vine was like a child that had just left its mother's womb. After coming into contact with Silin's kindness, it felt a long-lost sense of security and transmitted its thoughts. Silin picked up the tray, looked at the vine on the tray, and said quietly, "Don't worry, I'm right here, right next to you." Before he left, Silin installed a button. This was set by C.I. Jinsheng, so when it was activated, the people outside would see the scene inside as preset and would not be able to see the true changes that were happening in the courtyard. On the ground directly below the window of Silin's bedroom, Silin chiseled away the foundation surface of the house and exposed the soil underneath. He put the vine down and sprinkled some normal nutrient solution on it, and the vine began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The color of the leaf began to become full of life, and the vine began to grow and extend, climbing up 1 foot after another. At the same time, when it reached a certain height, both sides of the vine began to grow more and more branches. Scylla sat on the lawn and watched it grow, extending into the surroundings step by step. In reality, they were very easy to raise, and they didn't have high requirements for their environment. It wasn't that they didn't want to absorb those nutrients before, but that this child that had left its mother's body was too vigilant. If their vigilance wasn't quelled, they would rather wither and return to the dust than accept the relief that was delivered to them. The instruments inside Seven Lights Research Zone's Institute of Botany could analyze this plant's genetic code and related traits in detail, but they couldn't communicate with this plant. This was the difference between a machine and a living being. The wonder of life was that it couldn't be explained with words, but one could clearly feel that living existence. At dusk, Scylla looked at the plant that had already covered most of the dormitory's surface and smiled. Those three fellows would probably be shocked when they returned, wouldn't they? Chapter 31. Speaking of which, not even 2 days after Scylla had planted the Bigfoot Boston ivy, Lung nearly charged straight into the hostel when he drove his flying car into the hostel's courtyard. He hurriedly stopped the flying car and circled around the hostel a couple of times, staring left and right at the Boston ivy and clicking his tongue in wonder. "Scylla, you have to sell me the method to cultivate this plant," Lung said with shining eyes. Scylla shook his head. "There's nothing special about the growing conditions for this plant, and I used a normal nutrient solution that costs 100 star coins a bottle, and I only used 1 bottle." "Bullshit. Even if you only used a bottle of normal nutrition fluid, there must be some special method behind it. Otherwise, why wouldn't those people from the research division be able to figure it out after so long?" Lung said as he fiddled with the leaves of a creeper climbing on the dormitory's wall. This plant was growing really well. Spreading his hands, Scylla indicated that he had no idea either. This plant might need to be appeased. Lung had a doubtful look on his face, but then he smiled. That's really possible. There were some things that didn't need to be said. They were all smart people, and who didn't have secrets that they couldn't share? However, Lung really did take Scylla's words to heart. Scylla wouldn't speak without thinking, and it was fine to fool others, but he wouldn't do that to himself, because Scylla had long since promised to sell the method to Lung first. Actually, back then, Scylla hadn't expected that the growing conditions for this plant would actually be like this. If it was just a combination of nutrient solution, then so be it. Scylla could really sell the recipe that way. But this method, seeing Lung flip the leaves, Scylla continued. A child that has just been forcibly separated from its mother, forced to eat by a knife-wielding stranger, even if it opens its mouth to eat, how can it grow well? Not to mention those with a more unyielding temperament. Lung deeply agreed. Makes sense. And the subsequent developments clearly proved Scylla's words. This plant would be exposed to the public sooner or later, so when Scylla simply removed the screen settings, news of this mutated B.C. ivy was quickly made known to the research division. The answer Scylla Helong gave was very simple. He didn't know. The people from the research division's botany department suspiciously pruned this B.C. ivy and moved it to the research division for cultivation, and after 2 days of careful care, it died. Instrument tests also showed that the one in Scylla's dormitory was no different from the sample from the research division, and the soil analysis was also inconclusive. It was just as Scylla said, it only had the 100 star coins of normal nutrient solution. It was at this moment that the person who had sampled from the planet where the mother plant grew had returned with a small but intact Boston ivy. After much care, the small Boston ivy had finally managed to survive, but it was obvious that its growth was nowhere near as good as Scylla's. But this was the matter for the people from the botany department, and Scylla. Scylla, and Scylla of. This period of Scylla's military training could be considered the initial phase of the course, and he was only active in the teaching area. Every class was focused on training his physique. If his physique couldn't be improved, then he would be looking for a beating at the training area. Only after improving their physique would they be allowed to go to the training division for the next step of their training. It was a rare sight to see Knight, who had skipped class 3 times. This fellow was still standing there with a stern face, as if he was unwilling to leave. The instructor directly ignored him. Everyone knew who this guy was anyway. They were also clear about his abilities. Just let him be. This training class is to run 100 kilograms of weights around the field. The passing line is 10 laps. After 15 laps, you can proceed to the next step of training. You don't need to run with weights in the next few classes. If you can run 20 laps, you can go directly to the training area and don't waste your time here. The instructor spoke in a very relaxed tone, but upon hearing these words, many of the students gasped. Each lap of the field was 1 kilometer, and 10 laps would be 10 kilometers. Wouldn't it be tiring to carry 100 kilograms of weight? Silin tied 25 kilograms of weights to his arms and legs. After some thought, he added 50 kilograms to his back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have much effect on improving his physique. Knight was instantly delighted when he saw this. Silin, you're a man. As he said this, he also added 50 kilograms to his back. Originally, he had wanted to finish running earlier and go to the training division, but adding a bit of challenge wasn't bad either. Nearby, the instructors and adjutants became interested in Silin after seeing this. Although Silin's performance wasn't bad the previous 3 times, he had stopped after reaching the standard. They wonder if running with Knight today would force out this kid's ability. Everyone knew that they had to maintain their pace, but when so many people started running at the same time, their competitive spirit rose and their minds heated up. Some of them began to panic. Their speed at the beginning exceeded their original plan, and the effect was a chain reaction. When the people at the back saw that they were about to be left behind, they also increased their speed. Not far away, the instructors sat there leisurely chatting. One of them pointed at the running students and said, "Most of these guys are B-ranked genotypes, but they can't even compare to the military C rank. They're a pure waste of genetic resources. That's why I said they need to be fucked. Even if we don't hold them to military school standards, we still can't ruin our reputation. After all, people like us who are sent to non-military academies have our names in the League of Stars military headquarters. If these guys go out and get knocked down by people from other academies, we'll lose a lot of face when we return to the League of Stars military. That's why I asked Boswa to force that kid Knight over. It's all for this lesson to give these arrogant guys a beating." "Hee, you don't say. That kid Knight is really not bad." "Of course. Don't you know who his father is? How can he be a weakling?" While the instructors were chatting, the jogging Silin and Knight were also chatting. The two of them were running at the front of the group. Knight was bored, so he pulled Silin along as they ran. This caused the people around them to look at the two of them like rare animals. They were actually chatting while running with weights. The two of them did not pay any attention to their breathing rhythm at all. It felt no different from walking and chatting. "Fuck, you'll regret it in 2 laps." Some people thought. Silin knew that Knight was very impatient when he came to class, but he still underestimated Knight's resentment. Tonight, this kind of class was a pure waste of time. "Then why are you here today?" "I don't have a choice. We have to swipe our cards to sign in, and the number of people who show up will be counted in the final score." "Uncle Hua, the head of the training department, he said he could help with this, but he asked me to come here once in a while." "All right, how's the ivy in our dormitory looking? I heard that the people from the Institute of Botany are so conflicted that their hair is about to fall off." When Silin sent the image of the ivy to Ci, Jinsheng, and Knight, everyone was shocked. "It's all right. The people from the research department came over to collect soil again yesterday. TSK, I despise them to the extreme. Those guys are so stubborn." And so, the two of them talked from the ivy to the training department senior year training, and then to the military academy's training. It sounded like it was completely incomparable to the training here. No wonder Knight looked down on the people around him who complained about being tired so much. The two of them did not care about the other students' running speed as they chatted, and before they knew it, the two of them had started to take the lead. The students who were panting behind them looked at the two of them chatting casually and sincerely wondered if their weights were bubbles. "That kid Silin, he's not bad." The instructor pointed to the other side. "It's the 7th lap, and he's still fine. He's someone who carries 150 kilograms like Knight." and his genotype is only B rank. He's a good seedling. Sillin and Knight only talked as they ran, completely ignoring the people behind them. Knight did not even keep track of the number of laps. He always stopped when he reached his limit in the past. Slowly, they left the people behind them more than 1 lap behind, and some of the weaker ones were left more than 3 laps behind. It's been 10 laps, right? Sillin asked. Sai, who cares? Let's chat some more. Where were we? All right, let's chat some more. Report to the training department directly after you finish 20 laps. Haha, how loyal. Knight reached out and patted Sillin's shoulder. He was very satisfied with Sillin's explanation. Then, he continued to talk about the situation at the training division. Knight grew even more excited when he talked about Pride making a fool of himself over there. He was happy to see Pride making a fool of himself. And so, Knight's laughter could be heard in the huge field. Oh my God, you don't know the look on that kid's face at the time. I was dying of laughter, haha. The students who were clenching their teeth and persisting in running on the field blacked out, wishing they could pass out. Was this guy going to let them live? He was still in a mood to joke. His laughter was still so sonorous and forceful after running so many laps. How could they endure it? Some of the students felt that those two had just run past them, and not long after, they brushed past them again, and then again, and again. When Sillin and Knight finished running 20 laps, a few students were still continuing. They hadn't even finished 10 laps, and the instructor had just shouted that they had to finish these 10 laps, even if they had to crawl, or their credits would be deducted. Comparisons were odious. That was what the students were thinking at the moment. A few of them personally checked the weights of Sillin and Knight after they finished running, and the weights were solid, and they were even over the limit. Those who usually boasted that they weren't bad wanted to vomit blood. After running 20 laps, Knight pulled Sillin in front of the instructor and gave him a formal salute, then said proudly, "See, my brother, not bad, right? A brother from the same dormitory. Instructor, you must keep your word. We won't come here next time. We'll train directly at the training department." After running 20 laps, Knight and Sillin were only a little out of breath, but their spirits were still very good, and it looked like they would recover in no time. The instructor did not mind Knight's tone towards them. Besides, this wasn't a real army, and with this kid's bad temper, it was already giving them face by saluting and calling them instructor. Waving his hand, the instructor said with a smile, go on, keep working hard when you're there." After the two of them walked far away, the adjutant on the side said, "I've long heard from the security team that kid called Sillin looks unremarkable, but he really hides it well. His stamina is definitely on par with Knight." Chapter 32. Naturally, Sillin was happy to be able to go directly to the training division for training. But this also brought about a problem. There would be a class conflict because the training division's time was completely different from the military class here. Moreover, it would take more than half an hour of flight time to take a direct bus from the teaching area to the training division. Sillin did not have Knight's privilege and could only choose to skip a few classes. As long as he didn't skip too many, he should be able to pass the final exam. If it wasn't for the fact that attendance was tied to credits, Sillin could have skipped many classes. He would only need to look through them once to understand them, and even if he went, he would only sleep. Only when he encountered some in-depth and interesting things would Sillin perk up and listen. After all, there weren't many in-depth things in the first grade classes. The sooner he obtained enough credits, the sooner he could apply for the higher grade classes. The training division's shooting range. The students were practicing shooting 100 bullets at a high-speed moving target. In the end, the one with the highest hit rate was Knight, 100%. The second was Pride. He was also 100%, but he used 2 seconds more than Knight. In third place was Sillin, with a hit rate of 99%. At first, Sillin's results surprised everyone, but everyone got used to it later on. During the few shooting practices, Sillin would always miss 1 or 2 shots and settle for third place. What a dark horse. Although he can't compare to Knight and Pride, he's not worse than some of the higher grade students. The person tallying the scores said, "It's a bit of a pity. That kid Sillin missed another shot. If he didn't miss that shot, he might be able to fight for second place with Pride." Another person also said. Quenil frowned and said nothing. He would personally come to watch the two little devils Knight and Pride's class, in case he couldn't explain to the military if something went wrong. But after every shooting lesson, Huanil couldn't help but feel that there was something wrong with that kid Sillin, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After shooting, Sillin put away his gun and turned to leave. Just then, Pride was also walking towards the door. When he saw Sillin, he raised his chin and said, "Yo, the eternal third. Nobody wants to compete with you on who can lift their chin higher. Hurry up and fuck off, you little brat who can even choke on a fish." Knight said disdainfully as he walked over from behind Pride. It was obvious that Knight's words had stabbed Pride's sore spot. Pride had publicized the incident where he got stuck while eating fish to become a laughingstock. Pride glared angrily at the two of them before he snorted and left with his chin raised. Knight curled his lips at Pride's back. "Ignore that brat. Come, let's go have a drink." The food at the training division isn't bad. You know, back in a military academy, we weren't allowed to drink. We were so hungry. In truth, Sillin didn't care about being third at all. He could guarantee that he would hit all the shots in half the time Knight took. But this would undoubtedly bring a lot of suspicion and trouble. Sillin didn't want to be too conspicuous. He was happy to enjoy the benefits of being in the top 3. Everything else should be done in moderation. The courses at the training area were divided into many categories. Other than shooting, there were military theory, military geography, tactical coordination, and piloting skills of warships, airplanes, armored vehicles, and so on. Sillin had learned quite a bit from them. But these days wouldn't last long. Today, Sillin skipped his classes at the teaching area and sat on the direct passenger flying car from the academy's teaching area to the training area. The flying car suddenly stopped not long after it took off. It seemed that the fight between two students had caused some problems in the flying car's energy system. Sillin looked at the time. The flying car's energy system repair would probably take half an hour, but he could still make it for the classes over there. "Let's take a nap first." Sillin could vaguely hear a conversation not far away. "I'm so lucky today." "Thank you. Elder Mo, you've worked hard." Moreover, Sillin also sensed that someone was looking in his direction. He opened his eyes and turned to look. Celine regretted it the moment he saw it. "It really is you, kid. You actually dared to skip class." The person was Mo Hung. "Hello, Headmaster Mo." The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched. No matter how he looked at it, the smile on Mo Hung's face sent a chill down his spine. Mo Hung ignored the driver and the others. He narrowed his eyes and took steady steps as he said leisurely, "You should be taking an engineering class at this time, right? Mechanical construction class? Fine, you've actually been paying attention to me for a long time, haven't you? You even told me what class I'm taking. How am I supposed to argue?" He looked at Sillin's backpack. "Are we going to the training division?" "Yeah, you're not allowed to go. Come with me. I have something to tell you." After taking 2 steps, Mo Hung turned around and saw that Sillin wasn't moving. He raised his grizzled eyebrows. "Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? You're wasting the other passengers' time." Sillin braced himself and followed Mo Hung out of the passenger flying car. "Headmaster Mo, the training division still had a shooting class today. This would be included in their usual scores." Mo Hung raised a hand to stop Sillin's words. He dialed the communicator in front of Sillin, and the call was connected almost immediately. Huanil's image was displayed on the screen. "Little Nail, I'm taking Sillin with me." "Yes, take him with you." The answer was very powerful. It was clean, decisive, and without the slightest hesitation. Sillin, after the call ended, Mo Hung sat in his private car and hooked his finger at Sillin smugly. "Good boy, come with this old man." Mo Hung had left this way because he had something to attend to at the last minute. He didn't expect to run into a passenger flying car with a malfunctioning energy system, so he lent a hand in passing and shortened the repair time that should have taken half an hour to 5 minutes. It was also thanks to this coincidence that Mo Hung caught the skipping class Sillin. Sillin sat in Mo Hung's private car and arrived at the research division's mechanical engineering division. With Mo Hung's guidance, Sillin entered the building almost unimpeded. Mo Hung tossed him a set of work clothes. "Change into it and come with me." Although he didn't know what Mo Hung was planning, Sillin still did as he was told. He followed Mo Hing into a workshop. Scattered parts were scattered all over the place. I'll give you half an hour to assemble a complete mechanical object. If you don't pass the inspection, you'll be disqualified. If you don't pass, you won't be leaving today. You'll get a 0 in your mechanical engineering course. Mo Hung closed the door and locked it. Silin looked at the tightly shut steel door and scratched his head. After letting out a sigh, he looked towards the workshop. Silin could tell which parts could be assembled with just a glance. But there would always be a few missing parts if he wanted to assemble a fully functional mechanical body. Silin didn't start assembling immediately. Instead, he quickly categorized the parts and memorized where each part was used to form the mechanical body. Just like that, the mechanical blueprints gradually became complete in Silin's mind as he categorized the parts. Mo Heng gave him 30 minutes, but there were too many parts in this workshop. It took him 20 minutes just to categorize them. The remaining 10 minutes should be enough. Among the 7 piles of parts, there were only 2 that could be assembled completely. Silin chose the slightly simpler pile and began to assemble it. Mo Hung sat in his office and looked at the monitor in front of him with a gratified smile. Mo Hung had tested the parts in the workshop with other people in the research division, but they either thought that they couldn't assemble it completely or could only identify one part of the assembly. However, Silin was able to identify both parts in such a short amount of time. One had to know that the time given to the students for the test was 10 hours. Many of these students were specially recruited students. That was why Mo Hung said that Silin was qualified to be specially recruited at the train station. Chapter 33. Silin recalled the scene of Mo Hung assembling the parts at the train station. The strength of each finger, the angle of contact, the accuracy. After glancing at the pile of parts he had chosen, Silin did not move his eyes away from the parts in his hands. Although his eyes barely moved, Silin could always immediately reach for the correct parts for the next step. At first, Silin's speed was slow, but after familiarizing himself with the finger control and estimating the assembly accuracy, Silin's hands began to move faster. In his office, Mo Hung watched Silin's assembly movements. He was so excited that his whole body began to tremble. He stood up from his chair, enlarged the screen, and looked at the artistic assembly on the screen. The further he went, the faster Silin's assembly speed became. Not only did the accuracy not decrease, it even showed signs of increasing. Mo Hung stared at the screen and said to the computer, "Analyze overall accuracy." Scanning. Overall accuracy reached 97% of theoretical value. Overall accuracy reached 98% of theoretical value. Overall accuracy reached 99% of theoretical value. Overall accuracy reached 99.2% of theoretical value. Overall accuracy reached 99.3% of theoretical value. Overall accuracy reached 99.5% of theoretical value. In the end, the overall accuracy reached 99.95% of theoretical value. Every step after that reached 99.95%. Whether Silin was assembling one part or several at the same time, the accuracy was still 99.95%. The overall accuracy was calculated by bringing the various parameters obtained after the scan into the technical formula. The higher the overall accuracy, the closer the assembly person was to the legendary point. In the workshop, the pile of parts was assembled into components and parts by Silin. Then, Silin assembled the components and parts. He did not even need to test the circuit to be sure that there would be no mistakes in such assembly. It was definitely an excellent assembly. In the 9th minute, Silin finished assembling and pressed a button on the assembly machine. The machine was half an arm tall. Other than its bottom, which was used for stability, most of its upper part began to unfold like petals. It was like a flower bud was blooming, bringing with it a crystal-like music. It made people feel as if, after a long wait, they had slowly walked out of the darkness and welcomed the first ray of light. Silin finally understood why so many engineers were obsessed with these things. Looking at the completed machinery, the raw joy in his heart was so touching. Silin sat cross-legged on the ground. Amidst the flowing music, he stared at the machines in front of him in a daze. He watched as they opened and closed, then continued to bloom and close just like a cycle. It was only when Mo Hung opened the door that Silin came back to his senses. Mo Hung walked up to Silin and sat down. Silin, do you know about the Golden Point? Silin shook his head. Many of the contents of the first-year curriculum were not mentioned in depth, and the books that Silin had read in the past did not mention it either. Many books don't mention the Golden Point because it only exists in the minds of people in our circle. The correct parts, the correct position, and the most perfect assembly precision in the shortest time. The point that satisfies these conditions is called the Golden Point. As he spoke, Mo Hung displayed the results of the computer's calculations when Silin was assembling. Silin looked at the final 95%, and frowned. None of the final stages had improved. Mo Hung pointed at the final 95%, and said, "When this number becomes 100%, you will have reached the Golden Point. You are very good, Silin. I can see that you haven't come into contact with these things often, but to be able to reach 95% is much better than some of the teachers in Seven Lights. Have you reached the Golden Point, sir?" Silin looked at Mo Hung. When he spoke of this, Mo Hung's tone suddenly turned weathered. No one in the entire GL has reached it. We have always been approaching the Golden Point, but no one has reached it. Some people say that the Golden Point is just a theoretical limit that is impossible to reach, but I have always believed that the Golden Point can be reached. Silin lowered his head and looked at the machines that were still blooming and closing in front of him. He listened quietly to Mo Hung's narration. There were many things that could not be learned from books. After Mo Hung explained a few things about the Golden Point, he continued to sigh. "I'm already old, and the will is willing, but the strength is insufficient. Even if I know what I should pay attention to when I assemble and where I can improve, my hand speed and control cannot reach the state I expected." Mo Hung slapped his knee and sighed as if he wanted to vent all the regrets in his heart. He glanced at Silin, who still had his head lowered. This bastard kid actually has no reaction at all. Work harder. Mo Hung let out another sigh, this time carrying even more of the sadness of a hero past his prime. "I will never be able to reach a higher point in my life, and the saddest and most helpless thing is that I have no successor. My son chose to join the military, and I didn't have any students that I was particularly satisfied with when I was a teacher in my early years, unlike some of the old fellows in the Alliance who were lucky enough to meet a good disciple. Sigh, this is fate. If only I had met someone as talented as you earlier." While sighing, Mo Hung's eyes drifted towards Silin. The latter's head was still lowered, and he did not say a word. His expression could not be seen either. Mo Hung cursed in his heart. "You little bastard, I've already said it so clearly. Can't you at least show some reaction? Logically speaking, shouldn't you be recommending me excitedly? How can you be so stupid instead of treasuring such a good opportunity? Stupid as hell. Wooden head." It seems that old Mr. Mo has forgotten that he was just praising the so-called wooden head just now. Seeing that Silin was unable to get anything out of him, Mo Hung was furious. "Can't you at least show some reaction, kid?" Silin found it funny. Mo Hung's "hurry up and become my disciple" expression and the intense gaze that occasionally glanced at him made it hard for Silin to not know what Mo Hung was thinking. However, as a hunter, he would not stay in Seven Lights for long. He would leave once the mission was over, and Duan Silin would disappear from everyone's sight. What should he do then? About that, there are so many specially recruited students. Don't talk to me about specially recruited students. Those who don't meet my requirements are under the names of other instructors, and their direct instructor isn't me either. Under Mo Hung's intense gaze, Silin rubbed his forehead and said, "There are a lot of professional knowledge that I don't know, and since I've taken so many courses, I need to get my credits. I don't have too much extra time." Before Silin could finish, Mo Hung waved his hand and said, "Those courses are all for show and don't have much practical use. Attending those courses is a pure waste of time. I'll just give you credit straight away, and I bet those great instructors won't dare say anything. Sillin sweated on the inside. Vice Headmaster Imo, please don't say this outside, or the teachers and students of Seven Lights will hold a grudge against you. How about it? Are you going to be my disciple or not? Seeing that Imo Heng's eyebrows were showing signs of becoming more and more vertical, Sillin considered for a moment and finally said, "How about this? I'll be your intern for now, and we'll talk again if you're satisfied with my performance. What do you think?" "I don't want to intern or anything. It sounds awful. I'll just be a research assistant." "All right, I'll be a research assistant if you say so." Sillin didn't know that for many people like Mo Hung, a research assistant was a disciple. Therefore, without Sillin's knowledge, Mo Hung had directly equated a research assistant with a disciple. Mo Hung was overjoyed. He grabbed Sillin's face and said, "With me, the head of the research division, teaching you personally, what else do you have to be dissatisfied with? Right now you're taking advantage of me, and you're still pretending to be obedient." Yes, I'm pretending to be obedient, pretending to be obedient." Sillin allowed Mo Hung to pull both sides of his face and shake it. "Sigh, why does this old man like to pull people's faces? It's almost swollen." Sillin didn't know that Mo Heng's son, the general of the GL army, had always carried baby fat on his face before he entered a high military academy at the age of 15. Chapter 34. On the same day, Mo Hung changed the access control system of the Research Institute. Sillin was the only person who could enter the research division with a red card, and Sillin had the right to enter many places that even the specially recruited fourth years were not allowed to enter. It was a good thing that most of the people in the Research Institute stayed in the research division, or else Sillin's receiving Vice Headmaster Mo's favor would be known by many people. Many of the first-year classes that Sillin had chosen were approved by Mo Hung directly. Since the Vice Headmaster had given the go-ahead, the grade instructors did not dare to say anything. Mo Hung had even specially allocated a personal workshop for Sillin, so Sillin basically only moved between the research division workshop, the training division, and the dormitory. Since he did not attend many classes and his appearance rate was low, Sillin basically had no sense of existence to most of the students in Seven Lights. For the past few days, Mo Hung had told Sillin a lot of things about machinery, and it had benefited him greatly. His overall accuracy had increased to 96%. Please do not underestimate this 1%. There were only a handful of people who could achieve a galaxy's overall accuracy of 97% like Mo Hung, and they were all famous authoritative figures like Mo Hung in the League of Stars. There were hundreds of people who knew about 96%, and there were even more people who had an overall accuracy of 95%, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of people. The further one went, the harder it became to improve. Many people might not even be able to achieve a 1% increase after 95%, even if they worked their entire lives. Only those who could achieve a general accuracy of 99% could be considered a high-end talent. Those who could not reach this standard basically had no right to speak in this circle. The instructors in Seven Lights machinery field were all above 99%, and the grade instructors would achieve 96%. Therefore, Mo Hung was quite proud of Sillin's improvement. He was proud of his wise decision to pull Sillin over from the hands of those trash instructors, and he was even more proud of the fact that he finally had an excellent disciple. If those instructors knew that they were trash in Vice Headmaster Mo's heart, who knew if they would vomit blood in anger? There was one time when Sillin went to look for Mo Hung, and Mo Hung was communicating with God knows who. He was so proud of himself that he was just short of cocking his tail. Mo Hung was very proud of his disciple, so he showed it by pinching Sillin's face more and more often. Sillin felt that his face was starting to grow fat. On this day, Sillin was assembling the parts that Mo Hung had given him in the workshop. Mo Hung had gone on a business trip. The so-called business trip was to leave Planet 7 luminaries, but no one knew where he went. However, before Mo Hung left, when he assigned a task to Sillin, his face was glowing as if he was looking forward to something. The way he looked at Sillin also became more and more kind, making Sillin's hair stand on end. After interacting with Mo Hung for a long time, Sillin also knew that when this minister showed this kind of smile, he was definitely thinking of some rotten idea in his heart. In fact, Mo Hung was visiting an old friend and showing off in passing. Sillin's hand speed was very fast. There was a computer at the side that recorded the entire process and calculated the overall accuracy. Every time he assembled a complete machine, Sillin had to write an assembly report and write down some of his ideas. This was something that Mo Hung had especially emphasized, and it was something that every person in the research division had to do. The people of the research division could not just blindly follow what others said. They had to have their own ideas. This was something that Mo Hung had said when he was the minister. Sillin felt that he could increase his speed even further while maintaining his accuracy. Time was life. It was a very simple saying that even children would grow calluses from hearing it. However, as hunters roaming the galaxy, they all had a very high level of awareness. Whether it was man-made or other accidents, if some important part of a warship malfunctioned and was not repaired, the hidden threat of everyone on the warship dying in less than a 10,000th of a second would constantly increase. This was not to say that Sillin was very noble. Only those with ability would be quickly accepted by hunter regiments and be able to go further in the universe. For the Vanguard, and more so for himself, having this kind of awareness would give him a better chance of survival. After Sillin was done equipping the machine, he looked at the data on the recorder and picked up the report book to summarize. He wrote down his thoughts and experiences on it. It was at this moment the doorbell rang. Judging from the rhythm of the bell ringing, Celine had already guessed who it was. After the door opened, a head poked in. Seeing that Sillin was writing a report and not assembling the machine, a pair of bright eyes immediately curved into a smile. Good thing you didn't assemble the machine. I was afraid that I would disturb your work at this time. A beautiful girl with a naive smile walked in. It was the girl who had commented on Sillin and the others with Fu Luo on the teaching building. You came at the right time. I just finished assembling, said Sillin. This girl was also one of the research division's specially recruited students from the Design Institute. Her name was Ling Long, 16 years old, and she was also a first-year student. She seemed to have some background, but many people did not know what her background was. They only knew that many of the great instructors in the research division treated her well. After Sillin came to the research division, he ran into Ling Long by chance and was dragged away by her to ask about the battle between Sillin and Knight in the training room that day. Since then, Ling Long would come to Sillin whenever she was free. She said that the other people in the research division were boring, but she got along quite well with Sillin. At the time, Ling Long said this in the research division's cafeteria. Moreover, she did not lower her voice, so a bunch of people around them heard it and looked at Sillin with strange and ambiguous gazes. One was a famous elven beauty in the research division, and the other was the Chief Mo Hang's favorite student. They were a perfect match. Sillin only brushed off the ambiguous gazes with a smile. He knew very well that Ling Long might look very innocent, but she actually hid her true self very well. She was definitely not as naive as she appeared on the surface. Moreover, on the first day Sillin and Ling Long ate together in the cafeteria, Mo Hung told him to keep his distance from Ling Long if possible. Sillin could also see that Mo Hang's attitude towards Ling Long was warm but distant. As for the reason, Mo Hung did not want to explain, and Sillin would not ask. Ling Long touched the machine that Sillin had just assembled. While curious about the machine that Sillin had assembled, she said, "Sillin, someone's treating us to a meal at the Institute. It's a big shot. He just had a son and is preparing a big meal to celebrate. Everyone in the Institute can bring their friends. How about it? Do you want to go? Are you asking me to go and get free food?" Sillin was still writing the report in his hand. He smiled. Ling Long looked at Sillin and blinked. "It's not the first time anyway. Last time, someone from the Communications Institute treated us to a meal. Didn't we go and get free food too? Let's go." As she spoke, Ling Long elbowed Sillin. Sillin was about to speak when his communicator suddenly rang. "I'm sorry. Excuse me for a moment." Sillin walked to a rest cubicle in the workshop. The people outside would not be able to hear their conversation here. The caller was Knight. Normally, Knight would not call during Sillin's working hours, but after seeing the IIT symbol on the display, Sillin immediately avoided Ling Long and answered the call indirectly. It meant urgent. "What is it?" Sillin said. "Sillin, there's something to do." On the display, Knight looked very excited. After holding back for so long, he could finally go all out. "Tell me." Sillin knew that a mission that could cause such a huge reaction from Knight must not be simple. Knight straightened his face and asked, "Do you know about Seven Lights Asteroid Experimental Base?" "I do." There were a few asteroids not far away from Planet Seven Lights, and on them were the experimental bases built by Seven Lights. Each asteroid corresponded to an experimental base, and it was clear just how big Seven Lights' investment was. It was because some experiments were too dangerous to be carried out on Seven Lights, such as large-scale communication interference, high-risk biochemical virus experiments, large-scale radiological weapons research, and so on. That was why an extraterrestrial experimental base was built. Right now, C.I. Jincheng was doing his research on one of the asteroids where a communication base was built. Something happened to the biochemical virus base. Uncle Hua did not explain the specifics. This is Seven Lights' top secret. This time, the people from the security team and the training division who were sent over from the military have joined the operation team. At first, Uncle Hua did not plan to allow students to participate, but after some students applied multiple times, he only allowed those with excellent results to join. The rest are off the table. There were only 4 grades in the military field, and there were no grades 5, 6, or 7. If one's results were good during the 4 years, they would be recommended into the military. Normally speaking, there were very few people like this. Come to think of it, there are 2 people from the 2nd grade, and 3 people from the 3rd and 4th grade respectively. Originally, none of us 1st graders were allowed to participate, and I couldn't change Uncle Hua's mind even after blocking him at his door for an entire day. It was only after I contacted my grandfather that he added my name into the operation team. As for that Pride kid, he can't do it. His family doesn't allow him to go. However, I'm sure the guy won't give up so easily. Right now, he's either trying to convince his 2nd brother Ji Fei Hong or find a way to contact his grandfather. Only these 2 people will agree to it. Knight said gloatingly. As the director of the training division, Huanil knew very well who Knight and Pride were. If the mission wasn't dangerous enough, Huanil would not be so resolute. "So, Sillin, are you interested in joining?" Knight asked. "Sure, I'm looking forward to it," Sillin said with a smile. His hands were a little itchy after not moving for a long time. "All right, I'll go tell Uncle Hua directly. You should come over immediately. There's a preliminary preparation before the operation." After ending the communication, Sillin came out and smiled apologetically at Exquisite. "Something came up. I can't go get free food." Exquisite's little nose wrinkled as she drew on the ground with the tip of her foot. "All right, I'll go eat 2 portions myself. I'll be going first." After Exquisite left, Sillin swiftly finished the report that he had almost finished writing and began to tidy up the things inside the workshop. 5 minutes later, he picked up his backpack and left on a hoverboard. In a room inside the research division, Exquisite watched Sillin's back on the monitor as he hurriedly left on a hoverboard. She frowned. She turned on the communicator in her hand and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Exquisite's frown grew deeper and deeper as she listened to the report from the other side. Chapter 35. When Sillin arrived at the training division, Knight had already told Huanil about Sillin's participation. However, Huanil only allowed Sillin to join the preliminary list. It wasn't just Sillin. All 10 Seven Lights students had to go through the preliminary. If they couldn't pass, they couldn't participate in this operation. After all, they were just students and not soldiers. Their overall qualities must meet the standards. Normal test results and real battlefield results were different. While the 10 students, 11 students were preparing for the preliminary test, Pride ran over with a communicator and passed it to Huanil excitedly. Neil had a bad feeling at the time. He took the communicator and walked into the office to answer the call. After a while, he came out looking a little constipated, looking at Pride, who was holding his chin up and criticizing Knight. Neil felt that his future was bleak. And so, Pride joined in as well. The first event of the preliminary selection was shooting. This time, the guns that were given to everyone were different from the ones that were usually used in training. The bullets were slightly larger, and the speed at which they were shot was slightly slower. However, the target's movement speed was not slow, and it was very aggressive. Everyone was wearing protective clothing. There was a sensor on the preliminary protective clothing, and the maximum number shown on the sensor was 10. If the number dropped below 5 after shooting, they would be eliminated. Therefore, this preliminary test tested the students' shooting ability, reaction ability, adaptability, and so on. At the same time, the students also realized that this operation was different and vaguely guessed something. As long as there was fear in their hearts, they wouldn't be as calm and clean when responding. The effect of this kind of shooting was very obvious. The number of shots, hit rate, and the number of points deducted were all displayed on the screen outside the testing field. The soldiers of the training division and the police division who were getting ready could all see it. This was a group operation. Without a certain level of strength, the soldiers wouldn't acknowledge you. Forget about whether or not they would trust you with their backs. They wouldn't feel at ease even if they fought together. The 10 people were divided into 10 different parts of the testing field. The total number of targets in each place was 1,000, and the first to eliminate the targets within the specified time was considered the winner. Sillin was inside the testing field. He walked into the entrance after tidying up his equipment. The lighting inside the field was dim, and the environment simulation was a dark and damp atmosphere. He could clearly feel something stirring in the dark. Whoosh, a black shadow the size of a medium-sized dog rushed over. Sillin raised his gun, and with a bang, the black shadow shattered and disappeared. Then there were 2 more, then 4, then 8. After getting used to the speed of the bullets and the recoil of the guns, even though there were more and more targets, things were still going smoothly. The further he went, the more black shadows there were, and the stronger their attacks were. Several times they brushed past Sillin. Fortunately, Sillin reacted quickly, or else he would have been attacked. While dodging the sudden attacks, he also had to shoot at the targets. As long as he didn't let the targets approach in groups, there would be a gap to dodge. As long as there was such a gap, Sillin would be able to make the fastest and most convenient response. Strangely, Sillin's heart was strangely calm. There was no fear, no anxiety. It was as if he was eating a bowl of noodles. All he did was look at the noodles in the bowl, pick them up with his chopsticks, and eat them. That was all. At the same time, everyone had their own reactions to the 10 people's battle on the display outside the testing field. There were 2 students who were affected by the atmosphere inside the field when they entered, and a trace of fear grew in their hearts. Add to that the change in their guns and the miscalculation of the bullet speed, they didn't last long before they were attacked. 5 minutes later, the number on the protective suit sensor had dropped to 5, and it was still dropping. Neil ordered his men to get the 2 people out immediately. There was no longer any need for them to continue. The 2 people who were eliminated not long after the preliminaries took off their protective helmets. Their faces were ashen and dejected. There were instructors guiding them from the side. As the test continued, another 3 people were eliminated, and only 5 people were left inside. The first person to eliminate all the targets within the given time was still Knight. Knight's expression was calm when he came out. He had been training like this since he was young, and he believed that Pride had done the same. That was why Knight only looked at Sillin's display after he came out. Pride also came out not long after Knight came out. Pride was a little unconvinced when he saw Knight, but he still raised his chin and snorted. Sillin was the 3rd person to come out. He had gathered all the data he needed, and he also predicted that Knight and Pride should have finished their tests and were waiting outside. That was why there was no need to drag things out any longer. He swiftly eliminated the last few dozen targets and walked out. Other than the 3 of them, there were 2 other students who made it past the allotted time. But at the very least, their protective suit points hadn't dropped below the passing line, so they were considered to have passed. Knight Pride and Silen's results were excellent, and the other two students passed. After the preliminaries, the next test was the antibody and allergy test. The 5 students who passed the preliminaries were injected with a small amount of serum antibodies. As long as their bodies could accept it and didn't have an allergic reaction, they were considered to have passed and could board the transport together with the others who were ready to depart. It seemed that the targets they had to eliminate this time were not only highly offensive, but also poisonous. Xian thought as he analyzed and injected the antibodies into his body. After the serum antibodies were injected, Xian deduced the antigen based on the antibodies. Combining it with the environmental conditions of the test field and the relevant data of the target, Xian was certain that the target this time was a rodent. What kind of rodent was a rodent that had high reproductive ability, preferred dark places, and was widely used in biochemical experiments? A rat. If it really was the size of the target in the test field, then Xian had never seen such a big rat before. After the antibody and allergy test, the good news was that none of the 5 students were allergic. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to give the 5 students any other instructions. When all the equipment was ready, the 5 students had also finished their tests and were very reluctantly brought onto the transport by Huanil. The relevant matters would be explained on the warship. One transport after another transported the soldiers and students to the warship docked at the spaceport. When he saw the warship, Knight whistled, a military warship armed with heavy weapons and equipped with a high-end Sentinel defense system. It looks like the situation this time is pretty serious. But since we haven't mobilized any troops, it shouldn't be too serious even if it's serious. After entering the warship, everyone on the warship, be it the operation members or the warship's pilot, were injected with more antibodies than the allergy test. After the injection, each member was even given 2 antibody serums. If the injected serum didn't work when the time came, the other 2 serums would be used. Chapter 36. While the warship was flying, Huanil began to introduce the mission. A 3-dimensional map of the planet was displayed on the huge screen, and the distribution of the base was displayed on it. Half a year ago, the biotech base discovered that one of the mice had gone missing when they were dealing with the failed and presumed dead mice. There was a hole in the sealed cabin, and no clues could be found even after much investigation. 20 days ago, an abnormal situation occurred at the waste treatment plant on the other side of the planet. 3 workers went missing, and there were bloody pieces of work clothes and claw marks on a few instruments. Similar situations often occurred around the treatment plant in the following period of time. 10 days ago, the base sent out a patrol squad to investigate. Half a day later, the entire squad's vital signals disappeared one after another. Communication was fruitless. Huanil switched images. The image was of a black mouse that was half a meter long, not counting its tail. He continued. After that, the patrol squad was mobilized in large numbers and found the cause 3 days ago. It was this black mouse that caused the current dire situation. Through Huanil's introduction, everyone learned that these black mice had very strong vitality. In the base, the confirmation of a mouse's death was very strict. There was a time limit, and it could only be confirmed dead if there were no signs of life for 24 hours. Moreover, it was sealed at super low temperatures while being sent to the treatment plant. Normally speaking, even a living mouse would freeze to death at -80 degrees. They also had to go through another vital signs inspection to ensure that there were no mistakes. However, that lab mouse managed to bite through the sealed cabin and escape successfully. It was obvious how strong these mutated mice were. The black mouse that escaped back then had been experimented on with strengthening drugs and had mutated during ultraviolet sterilization and super low-temperature transportation. After it escaped the base, it endured the magnetic force and radiation outside and mutated once more, becoming what it was today. Under the great sacrifice of the base's patrol squad, we finally brought back a living, immature black mouse. The antiserum you injected was provided by the base personnel, but these black mice mutate very quickly. I don't know how effective the antiserum will be when the time comes, so I'll give everyone a heads up here. Don't think that you're not afraid just because you've been injected with the antiserum, Huanil said seriously. After the introduction, Huanil divided the 5,000 operatives into 10 teams. The 5 students were inserted into 5 of the teams. Pride and Knight's team captains were Gerard and Huanil respectively. These two were personally led by the heads of the security team and training division. He couldn't be at ease leaving them to someone else. Sillin was assigned to the 7th team. Everyone tidied up their equipment and gathered together in an hour. The 5 students put their equipment together, and while they were organizing their equipment, they chatted about their thoughts. Hard was one of the 2 who had passed the preliminary test. He was a forthright person and soon started chatting with Knight. Say, there was only one lab rat that escaped. How did it develop into a large-scale rat infestation? Hart said. Huanil had also mentioned this question before, but the answer remained unanswered even now. So now everyone was just guessing. He went out to look for a female rat. Serd, the last of the 5, said. Serd might not be as forthright and straightforward as Hard, but he was still a straightforward person. He was Hard's childhood friend, and his father served in the military of one of the 10 trade sectors. Bullshit. There are no living things outside the base. The magnetic field effect is strong, and there's also radiation. Even if there are creatures, they would have been cleaned up during the construction of the base. Knight said as he put on his combat uniform. In that case, our target is very difficult to deal with. Serd sighed. Don't go if you're afraid of death. Pride said with disdain. Serd didn't mind either. After being in the training division for so long, everyone knew this little young master's temper. What do you think, Sillin? Knight asked. Sillin adjusted the tools in the backpack at his waist. The magnetic field on many asteroids was unstable, and subspace containers were unusable. In the end, he still had to rely on himself to carry them. What do I think? I don't have any, but I do have some suggestions. Oh, tell me, Knight said curiously. Don't think about how many mutated black rats we're going to kill, but how we're going to retreat in one piece. Before Sillin could finish, Pride snorted disdainfully, Coward. All right, I'm a coward. I don't want to become the shit of those black mutated things. Just like those workers at the waste treatment plant. In the end, only a few bloody rags were left behind, and even their bones were dragged away to feed their descendants. Don't be an alarmist. Pride roared. It had to be said that Sillin's words did make their hair stand on end. Haha. Actually, it's fine as long as we get rid of them. We have weapons in our hands. Serd raised the gun in his hand. No, I just think that the situation might be much more serious than we imagined. The Black Rats group attacks might be even more concentrated than during our primary test. Also, they're intelligent, and they don't just move according to a set program. They have teeth that can bite through sealed lab cabins and sharp claws. Moreover, their saliva is poisonous, and they carry animal viruses on the surface of their bodies, Sillin said solemnly. This wasn't Sillin exaggerating, but obtained through analysis. Sillin had even taken into account the radiation energy of the asteroids and many other parameters to analyze the mutated frequency of the black rats. But looking at the members of this operation, as long as the drugs on the bullets were effective and the mutated black rats were eliminated thoroughly enough, they should be able to handle it. The reason why the guns were different, the reason why the bullets were bigger, heavier, and slower than the training guns was because every bullet was specially made and contained drugs. The bullets would explode when they entered the mutated black rats' bodies, and the drugs would quickly and thoroughly kill them once they spread out. At the same time, the drugs could also be sprinkled on the mutated black rats around them to reduce their mobility. Pride still wore a look of disdain on his face, but he had already memorized Sillin's suggestion in his mind. Who would go against their own life? He didn't want to become the shit of those black and swarthy things. After the warship arrived outside the asteroid and docked with the space station, Huanil and Gerard led a few people to further understand the situation. The rest of the personnel were on standby. It didn't take long before Huanil and Gerard came over solemnly. They explained the new information they had just received to everyone. An hour ago, the black rats had attacked the base from underground. Only the center of the base was the sturdiest underground, and it would take some time before they could break through this layer of defense. However, there wasn't much time left for everyone. Many of the base's flight and communication equipment had been gnawed away. Right now, there were several hundred researchers trapped in the base's center, and a dozen of them were heavily injured. The few antiserum they had injected into their bodies were completely ineffective, and the Central Lab was currently preparing the corresponding antiserum. But no one dared to imagine how many more unknown toxins were waiting behind. As for the edge of the base, it had already fallen. Team 1 to 8 will be responsible for cleaning, starting from the area around the base's center. Team 9 will be responsible for protecting the engineers and repairing the base's defense system. Team 10 will assist the trapped researchers in escaping medical backup. Huanil swiftly issued one order after another. He only arranged the work of each team. As for how each team was arranged, he believed that his men would not disappoint him. In truth, Huanil really wanted to arrange Night and Pride into the last two teams, but he also knew that the two ancestors probably wouldn't listen to such an arrangement. The seventh team Sillin was divided into 5 teams by the captain. Each team had 100 people, and each team was further divided into 10 smaller teams, advancing as a unit. The first 8 teams of the 10 teams went first, and the 8 armed carriers landed around the base's center in 8 different directions. Chapter 37. While on the aircraft, Sillin had seen the scene below on the display screen. There were many mutated black mice crawling on the surface of the base, and more were crawling out of the base one after another. These black mice came in all shapes and sizes. The smallest was only about 20 centimeters long, while the bigger ones were more than a meter long, not including the length of their tails. After approaching the center of the base, the aircraft slowly descended. The black mice below weren't afraid of the arrival of the aircraft, but instead became even more excited, as if they had seen food. Since there were many places in the base that couldn't be detected by the detectors, they couldn't predict how many black mice there were below. However, looking down from the aircraft, all they could see were dense black dots. In just half a year, a single mouse had grown into such a large number. It was clear that the speed of their reproduction wasn't something normal mice could compare to. The base's isolation layer has been activated. We can begin operation. Over. Roger. Over. Shoot. The captain of the 7th squad. Switch the number on his communicator. All squads, get ready. 10-second countdown for the infrasonic weapon begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. The sound waves that human ears couldn't hear were emitted from the aircraft, and the originally excited and lively mutated black mice suddenly became restless. The faster ones had already begun to flee, while the slower ones were becoming slower and slower. This was an infrasonic weapon made according to the natural frequency of the black mouse's internal organs provided by the research base. Although it was effective, it wasn't as good as expected. However, at least it was effective. After the infrasonic attack stopped, the number of black mice around the center of the base had decreased significantly. The mutated black mice that remained there were still a little sluggish, and their consciousness was hazy. Taking advantage of this gap, ropes were lowered from the aircraft parked at low altitudes. Operatives wearing combat uniforms and carrying guns followed the ropes and landed on the ground. The 10 members of the team quickly formed a formation and began to deal with the target as they advanced forward. The flying bullets pierced through the air at high speed and exploded inside the mutated black mouse's body, blasting its internal organs to pieces. A large hole appeared on the half-meter-long mutated black mouse's body, and it fell to the ground dead without even twitching. Its black fur and red blood began to dehydrate under the effects of the drugs carried by the bullets. In less than a minute, the entire mutated black mouse had turned into a pile of powder. Sillin had been assigned to shoot squad, the captain of the 7th squad, probably to take care of him as a student. However, a warrior was not a babysitter. Shoot did not expect Sillin to achieve anything, but at least he had to have the ability to protect himself. In the 10-man formation, Sillin was in a relatively safe position. He was the backup support, but it didn't take long for the others to realize that this teenage student was definitely a ruthless one. Silen's firing speed was very fast. By the time the others had fired their first 2 shots, Silen had already fired his 3rd shot. Moreover, he had fired all 3 shots consecutively, and all of them had hit their targets. Most importantly, the black mice that he had killed were all relatively large and fast-mutated black mice. This was enough to raise eyebrows. In the time it took for a squad member to reload, Silen had practically taken over all the firepower support and support from the other squad members. The squad members didn't even notice when Silen had reloaded. They only heard the continuous gunshots. With this kind of firing speed, not to mention the endurance of the body, they didn't even have the time to aim, right? Since a student could perform as well as a warrior, Silen was quickly accepted by the squad. The others also began to relax and focus on their own attacks. With their comrades behind them and this very capable kid, they didn't have to worry about anything. At the space station outside the asteroid, a man wearing a military uniform with a lieutenant general epaulet stood in the command room and watched the cleanup of the base displayed on the screen. He was sent here by Marshal Fiegler, and he had even received a communication from a certain political figure in the League of Stars before he departed. It could be said that he was shouldering a heavy responsibility, and both Knight and Pride squads have been specially assigned personnel to ensure the safety of the 2 young masters. This could be considered a special privilege, and he wouldn't say it even if he had any thoughts. That being said, the trip this time could be considered fruitful. The other 3 students Neil mentioned had performed pretty well, especially that kid named Silen. He wasn't any worse than the few influential figures in Sector C's military academies. At the moment, the lieutenant general didn't seem to notice much change in Silen's emotions. He cooperated well enough, was calm enough, decisive enough, and accurate enough. Looking at the screen, the lieutenant general wondered if he could recruit this kid into his unit after this operation. It would be a waste of talent to leave him in 7 lights. As they continued to advance and entered the interior of the base, their movements were slightly obstructed. The cables were damaged, the generators were nowhere to be found, the energy system was malfunctioning, the energy box was unusable, and the places without windows were pitch black. Moreover, there were many places in the base's internal laboratories that were resistant to infrared and X-ray detection. In order to ensure that every laboratory was cleaned up, the operatives would throw powerful grenades, rodent repellent bombs, and other things in the laboratories to force the black mice out, and every single one of them would jump out. As the cleanup progressed, the black mice seemed to have sensed the threat from the base and escaped. This was just what everyone wanted. If they could drive these mutated black mice out of the base and into the open space outside the base, then the armed space planes in the air could use their high-energy weapons to clean them up on a large scale. This was because the base they had built with great difficulty must not be destroyed by high-energy weapons unless it was absolutely necessary. Occasionally, a few caves could be seen inside the base. Those mutated black mice were attacking the base from underground. A lot of robots have been sent to scout the area and spray chemicals at the same time to force the mutated black mice out of the ground. After this battle, they believed that the underground construction of the base would advance one step further. After a period of time, the number of black mice inside the base had decreased by a lot. Everywhere the operation squad passed by was covered in gray powder. That was the mutated black mice that had been killed by bullets and turned into powder by the drugs. Silen's senses were very strong. He could sense the 3 mutated black mice behind the experiment table, even without looking. The moment they popped their heads out, the bullets that came flying at them would blow off their heads directly. Perhaps it would be difficult for other operatives to see in such a dark environment, but not Silen. There were a few times when Silen had fired his gun before his squad members could even react, and the sound of the bullets hitting the black mice echoed with the gunshot. After he finished inspecting the abnormal life forms in this area, Shoot smiled and said, "Done. Captain, this is already the edge of the base, isn't it?" A squad member asked. Although Shoot was also the leader of this squad, the squad members were still used to calling him Captain. Almost there. We've already started cleaning up the high-energy weapons outside the base. The rest should be easier. Shu's tone was relatively relaxed. He looked at Sillin, who was repairing the circuit board and instrument, and said, Sillin is pretty good. Yeah, we're all a little ashamed of ourselves, a squad member said with a smile. Sillin didn't say anything and focused on the work at hand. He couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. According to his predictions, those black mice shouldn't just be like this. Chapter 38. Shu did not say anything about Sillin's silence. Sillin had not spoken much since the beginning of the operation. He just thought that the child was too quiet. Young people should be more lively and cheerful. Sillin, don't worry about that for now. Once we're done with those black mice, there will be specialists who will come and repair the base. We should head to the waste treatment plant on the other side. That's their nest. Shu looked at the time and said, Wait, it's done. Sillin turned on the instrument and inputted a series of commands. What is this? One of the squad members asked. The words on the instrument had been ground away by the black mice and could not be read clearly. This should be an instrument that analyzes genes or something. Another squad member said, this is a relatively high-end analyzer in the League of Stars right now. Sillin took out a small syringe from his waist pocket and dripped it onto a notch on the instrument. Then he pushed the notch into the bayonet and inputted a series of formulas on it again. See, I told you to read more so that you'll know something about any instrument you come across in the future. Otherwise, people will call you illiterate. TCH, I'm a soldier. A soldier only needs to know how to fight. What I need to be educated for. The squad members laughed and chatted. However, Shu did not laugh. Sillin's reaction gave him a bad feeling. He had heard from Huanil that Sillin was a very talented person who worked in Seven Lights Research Division a long time ago. Now, it would seem that this kid was truly talented. It took him less than 5 minutes to repair this instrument. His skills were very experienced. However, the blood that Sillin dripped on the instrument should be the black mice's blood, right? What did he do it? How is it? Shu moved closer and asked. It was because he could not understand the profound things displayed on the screen at all. As expected, being uneducated was a terrible thing. However, just like his subordinate said, soldiers only needed to know how to fight. Their brain memory was limited, and their CPU could not keep up with too many things. Sillin did not answer Shu's question directly. Instead, he said, Captain, do me a favor and collect the black mice's blood left in the lab. Try to make it as fresh as possible. Some of the spots were bloodstains left behind by the black mice when they were fighting or when they were injured by the laboratory's defense system. As long as they didn't come into contact with drugs, there wouldn't be too many changes. Sure. Shu took a small bag of tubes from Sillin. Each tube contained a sterile cotton swab. Who would have thought that this kid would even bring this thing with him when he was preparing his equipment on the warship? Before long, the 9 of them had gathered 28 blood samples. Sillin found a few solutions in the laboratory. After processing them, he put all 28 of them together and analyzed them at the same time. Looking at the series of data displayed on the screen, he sighed. Wait for me. I'll go collect another sample. Hopefully I can find it. Hey, what's that kid doing? A team member complained. I have a bad feeling about this, another person muttered. Sillin looked at a cave entrance, took a few photos, and then jumped into the cave. Hey you, the team member who had followed him over almost had his hair stand on end. That was a rat cave. They couldn't even stretch their fists and legs inside, much less raise their guns. If a black mouse suddenly jumped out from below, they would definitely be waiting for death. Although the vitality detector didn't detect anything, there were too many interference factors in this kind of experimental base. It was common for the detector to malfunction. It was pitch black inside the cave, and the people above could not see what Sillin was doing. Sillin took off his gloves and placed his hand directly on the cave wall. The virus carried by the black mice had no effect on him. When he touched the cave wall, Sillin's mind had already begun to rapidly analyze the information his fingers had come into contact with. The DNA analysis of the tiny hairs, dander, saliva, and other traces left on the cave wall was about the same as the data on the detector. His fingers moved along the cave wall and suddenly paused when they reached a certain spot. Sillin put on his gloves again, took out the cotton swab inside the small tube, and wiped it over that spot. At the same time, he used a carving knife to scrape off a layer there. Shoot and the others finally let out a sigh of relief when they saw Sillin come out of the cave. This kid is really... After the sample taken from the cave was analyzed on the detector and compared with the 20 or so samples from before, a series of data was displayed on the screen. It's just as I expected. Sillin pointed at the data displayed on the screen and said to everyone, "This is the comparison between the sample I collected from the cave and the 20 or so samples you collected. Some of the data was deduced based on the analysis of genetic material. I won't say much else. In short, we've been tricked." Shoot frowned. Explanation: "I'll only say one thing." Sillin pointed at a piece of data. The strength of the red and white muscles of the black mice we hunted was at least 5 times weaker than the black mouse that dug the hole. In other words, the black mouse that dug the hole was much stronger than the black mice we encountered, be it in terms of speed or endurance. And this is just an incomplete analysis. The black mouse that dug the hole was a stronger type of black mouse. Shoot asked. "Yes, because the black mice we killed couldn't even scratch through the reinforced protective belt beneath the base. I've checked the holes, and the claw marks on the holes were very clean. They could even scratch through steel plates. If it were the black mice we encountered, they might not be able to dig through it, even if we gave them a month. But how long has it been since the hole in the base was dug?" The squad members were silent. "Yes, how long has it been since the base was attacked?" "A few hours." "Where are the stronger black mice? The waste treatment plant?" "No, if my guess is correct, their true elites are right below the central area of the base." Shoot was shocked. "How is that possible? Aren't they?" Shoot originally wanted to say that these black mice couldn't dig through the underground protective layer of the central area, right? But Shoot immediately realized that they might have been wrong from the start. It wasn't that they couldn't dig through. Since there were such strong black mice, no matter how sturdy the underground of the central area was, it wouldn't be able to hold out for long. What are they trying to do? A squad member couldn't help but ask. "Revenge. They want revenge." Sillin looked in the direction of the central area. The core researchers of the base were there. The black mice that had been killed were only the vanguard of the black mice. The true elites had yet to show themselves. Sillin even suspected that the black mouse captured by the research base was purposely captured by the black mice's leader. That was because it wasn't an elite either. Compared to the one that dug the hole, it wasn't on the same level at all. The waste treatment plant used to be their nest because there was water and food there. But now, that place was nothing more than a cover for the operation team to continue wasting ammunition and time. They were very good at making a feint in the east and attacking in the west. In this world, there were far more intelligent races than people could imagine. "Why didn't you say anything if you'd expected it?" A squad member said angrily. "Say, would you have believed me if I said it without evidence?" With Sillin's status as a student, neither the military personnel nor the researchers of the base would believe him. Since that was the case, he might as well find evidence first. Sillin admitted that he wasn't a benevolent person. He wouldn't do something like being snubbed if he showed kindness to others. The lives and deaths of those people had nothing to do with him. If Mo Hung knew what Sillin was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he'd give him a good beating. Chapter 39. After listening to Sillin's words, Shoot dialed the communicator and said a few words before passing it to Sillin. "You can talk to Boswa." Sillin took the communicator and explained the current situation to Huanil. He also sent over a series of data analyzed by the apparatus. The evidence was convincing enough. "Keep all the blood and other samples you've collected. I'll send someone over to collect them. I'll have the other teams collect more samples as well." Huanil also realized the severity of the situation after listening to Sillin's report and told Sillin some things that needed attention. "All right, I got it. We'll pay attention." Sillin suddenly paused while talking to Huanil. He swiftly turned around, raised his gun, and fired 2 consecutive shots. There was no hesitation or time to aim at all. Everything was done in one go. Bang! Bang! On the other side, Shoot was still talking to his squad members. He had already realized the danger when Sillin raised his gun, but before he could react, Sillin's 2 bullets had flown over. The bullets swept past the tip of Shoot's hair beside his ear. He could still feel the heat from the bomb flying past his face, as well as the burning smell of his hair left in the air by the bullet flying at high speed. It was a black mouse about 2 meters long, excluding its tail. When the first shot hit it, the bullet had only exploded in a small area on its body, and the drugs hadn't quickly permeated its entire body. Therefore, if the second bullet hadn't come right after, it still had the strength to rip Shoot's back in half with a single swipe of its claws. The black mouse that had taken 2 bullets fell to the ground and twitched. Its blade-like claws left a few deep claw marks on the ground. It was obvious that they were much more resistant to the drugs and the bullets than the black mice before them. Before the blood had completely turned to powder, Sillin quickly took out a syringe and sucked a bit of the blood on the ground. He put it into a small tube filled with neutralizer and anticoagulant. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he even dug out a piece of the big black mouse's flesh and soaked it in the bag filled with neutralizer. The squad members felt a chill run down their backs. They didn't know if it was because of the black mice or Sillin. Didn't this kid know how to do something that made people feel at ease? The black mouse was still twitching and hadn't stopped breathing, but this brat ran over to take its blood and dig out its flesh. Wasn't he afraid that the black mouse would strike again before it died? The black mouse's eyes, which were so red that they seemed to be filled with blood, gradually dimmed and turned black. Finally, it stopped breathing and slowly turned into powder. However, the sharp claws were still intact. "Thank you," Shoot said after coming back to his senses. Although he had been talking to his team members, he was still on guard. No one had noticed the big black mouse's approach, and he himself only realized the danger when Sillin raised his gun. Although Shoot's back was facing the black mouse, he could still sense that the black mouse was charging at him. It was several times faster than the black mice in front of it, and it was also silent. By the time he noticed it, it was already too late. Huanil's communicator was still on, and from the video settings on the communicator, Huanil had already seen the scene just now. There was no need for further proof. Huanil had truly witnessed the slightly stronger black mice Sillin spoke of. If all the black mice under the base were like this, then the consequences would truly be unimaginable. If it wasn't for Sillin's reminder, the hidden black mouse elites would have taken the opportunity to kill off the research center and the last 2 teams who went to rescue them, while all of their personnel were encircling the mouse nest at the waste treatment plant. He picked up the undamaged black mouse's claw and slashed it across the lab table beside him. The hardened surface of the claw was easily cut open. "Holy shit, this thing is so powerful!" A team member exclaimed in surprise. This had completely exceeded their predictions. This big black mouse is probably here to patrol and see if the other teams have left. After all, the other teams should have left the base and were preparing to head to the waste treatment plant by now, but we're still here. Sillin voiced his speculation. Moreover, the fact that this black mouse could come over safely meant that it wasn't afraid of the rat poison sprayed in the underground tunnel at all. "I've already ordered 6 teams to return. I'll leave 2 teams and the weaponized space plane there. If they can't handle it, I'll just have the weaponized space plane flatten that area with its high-energy cannons." Right now, Huanil didn't have the heart to care about the waste treatment plant anymore. The moment he thought of Sillin's words, he became restless. On the other side, Huanil urgently stopped the 10th squad who was preparing to open the protective shield at the center of the base. At the same time, the engineers who were repairing power supplies and other important equipment under the 9th squad's protection were hastily brought back to the space plane. The base was too dangerous. The samples and data Sillin had submitted were immediately processed. Then, Huanil gave every team leader a new order to send another machine into the underground tunnel to expand the size of the tunnel. Otherwise, the soldiers wouldn't even be able to move after they went down and would only become food. But strangely, the deeper they went, the bigger the hole became. There was no need for machines to expand the hole at all. When the machines reached a certain depth, they were clawed and destroyed by the black mice below. But before the machines were destroyed, the detection devices on the machines showed that there were a large number of abnormal life forms below. This confirmed Silin's speculation. However, another question was raised. Why were the holes below so big? Didn't this mean that there were even bigger black mice? There was no conclusion to this question for now. Maybe it was because they had realized something, but the black mice hiding deep below the base had begun to move earlier. Of the 8 squads, some went underground, and some stayed behind at various parts of the base. Because when Neil had told them to, every operative fired at least 2 shots at the black mice that crawled out of the hole. Other than the holes that had already been opened in the base, the group of big black mice had opened many more holes away from the operatives' firepower when they charged toward the surface. They were like a group of mad Avengers who didn't care about their own lives at all and only charged toward the center of the base. Since these big black mice were very fast and had very sensitive senses, there was no doubt that the operative's hit rate had been lowered. Moreover, the operative had to change locations from time to time because there was no telling if a big black mouse would suddenly jump out of the ground if they stayed there. There were already a few people who had been dragged into the hole by the big black mice that had suddenly charged out. They didn't even have the time to scream. Silin's squad went underground. The hole was very dark, but their masks were equipped with night vision devices. After all, there weren't as many jamming devices underground as there were inside the base. The cooperation between the squad members was very good, and there were no casualties for the time being. The firepower was more concentrated inside the underground hole. As they went deeper, the hole grew bigger, and 3 people could walk side by side now. At a fork, the group saw a pool of blood. It wasn't the black mice's, it was human blood. At the same time, they heard a weak cry for help. Chapter 40. There weren't many messy marks around the bloodstains, which meant that there hadn't been an intense battle, but it also meant that those people hadn't been able to put up much of a fight against the attack. Shoot gestured with his hand. Stay alert, cover, and move to the other side to rescue them. Silin crouched down against the wall, took out a small box, and scraped a layer of soil off the wall. The squad members saw Silin's actions, but didn't pay attention to him. They only looked around vigilantly. After all, Silin had done this before, so everyone thought that Silin was taking samples. In truth, what they didn't know was that Silin's real goal wasn't to take samples, but to use this as a cover. He pulled his finger out of the glove at an angle that no one would notice and touched the wall and the floor to analyze the minute traces. Even the most advanced equipment wasn't as convenient as the chip in Silin's body. The moment he touched it, the feedback from his finger allowed Silin to know what kind of black mice had attacked the operatives here. It was different. It was different from the big black mice that dug holes he had encountered before. It was stronger. Silin wasn't sure how strong it was, but he had a feeling that those people had encountered the leader of these black mice, which was the mutated black mouse that had escaped from a base. When Shoot found the member who had called for help, he was already on the verge of death and had fallen into a deep coma. Under the illumination of the flashlight, everyone could clearly see that one of the member's legs had been bitten off and his body was covered in blood. The medic in charge of the squad came over to help him stop the bleeding, but before he could finish bandaging the wound, he had already passed away. "I'm going to kill those bastards." One of the squad members' eyes were bloodshot, and he punched the wall in grief and indignation. The others had similar expressions. Shu took a deep breath and said, "They're showing off." They could have gotten rid of everyone without a sound, but they just had to leave one heavily injured. He lost too much blood, and the rat poison has already invaded his internal organs. The medic picked up 2 empty tubes. "We've already injected the antiserum into both tubes, but it didn't have any effect. This rat poison is too strong." "Captain, there's no signal on the communicator," one of the squad members suddenly shouted. Originally, he wanted to contact the reserve team and report the current situation at the same time, but he did not expect that there would be no signal at all. Every team brought a signal receiver with them when they entered the cave. Every time they reached a certain distance, They would install a receiver on the walls or ceiling of the cave as a disguise. The signal was quite strong just now, but now there was no signal at all. What had happened? Sillin thought to himself. Their intelligence. No, it should be said that their intelligence far exceeded people's expectations. If every team had done their job properly, and the signal receiver had been installed and concealed, but there was still no signal, then either the receiver had broken down on its own, or the Black Rat leader had dismantled the receiver. The former was unlikely, but the latter was very likely. It sounded incredible. Even if Sillin said it, not many people would believe it. How could a disguised signal receiver be removed? And to tear them all down so thoroughly? Was this a rat or a human? Sillin had never underestimated the Black Rat leader from the start. The more information he came into contact with, the more Sillin felt that this Black Rat was very powerful, be it in terms of intelligence or combat ability. Moreover, Sillin was gradually finding the frequency of that sound. Shoot thought for a moment, then took out his sound wave detector and pressed it. The reason why he had not used it earlier was because there was a high chance that the Black Rats would know their location when they used the sound wave detector. But now, Shoot couldn't care less. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the image displayed on the detector, Shoot's expression changed abruptly. Get out of here quickly. They had only taken a few steps when the walls and ceiling of the cave were drilled through, and the Black Rats rushed over one by one. These Black Rats had appeared in a very coincidental position, separating Sillin and another squad member from the other 8 people in the same squad. Due to the increasing number of Black Rats, even if Shoot wanted to rescue them, there was nothing he could do. The distance between the two parties was pushed further and further by the Black Rats. Gunshots rang out incessantly, but these large Black Rats were not as easy to deal with as the small Black Rats from before. They were very oppressive. Sillin and the other squad member quickly retreated to the other side of the cave, their guns never stopping. But fortunately, the number of Black Rats that had appeared was not too high. Sillin and the other squad member fought for more than 10 minutes, and no more Black Rats came after them. The 2 of them stayed in another cave. They had lost contact with the other 8 people in their squad, and they did not run into any members of the other squads either. Only the sound of their breathing could be heard in the quiet cave. Looks like we're safe for now. The man smiled. Yep, Sillin smiled as well. Puffed. An arrow of blood shot out from the side of the man's neck. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He really did not expect Sillin to act so quickly. How could a normal person be on guard against a teammate in a situation like this? When a man said, "We're safe for now," a normal person would let out a temporary sigh of relief and relax their tension, much less when their teammate was right beside them. However, the man's carotid artery was cut by Sillin just as he took out his knife. Due to the intense rat extermination exercise just now, his blood flowed quickly, and it did not take long for him to stop breathing due to excessive blood loss. Sillin played with the rat claw in his hand and looked at the man on the ground. He let out a few almost inaudible sounds from his mouth. This was the first time Sillin had used it after decoding the Black Rat leader's voice frequency. Sillin had been searching for that voice and decoding it ever since he entered this network of deep underground caves. Sillin did not linger any longer and left the place. In less than a minute, a couple of Black Rats would come over and eat that squad member. In a situation like this, Sillin would be able to deal with the few threats hidden in the operation team better if he was alone. Ever since he entered Seven Lights, Sillin had never overlooked these hidden dangers. Whether it was a student, a researcher, or a soldier, Sillin had never let his guard down. Aflon's opponents had actually extended their hands into the military. How interesting, as expected of Aflon's opponents. Sillin's performance was very eye-catching when the group had just come down from the armed space plane to kill the Black Rats. But no one would have thought that Sillin was also paying attention to the minute changes in every squad member. From these minute changes, Sillin was able to guess the hidden dangers. Sillin was able to confirm his suspicions through the series of events that followed. In truth, before the Black Rats had separated them from the other 8 people in the group, Sillin had purposely walked a little slower. That person was obviously looking for an opportunity to kill Sillin as well. The duo were at the back of the group, and Scylla had calculated where the black rats would appear. Scylla's speed and the distance between him and the 8 people in front of him were all within his calculations. It might seem like a coincidence that the black rats had separated them from the other 8 people, but it was all within Scylla's calculations. Scylla did not need a sound wave detector to detect the sound waves coming from the cave walls. A normal person would not be able to sense it at all. Scylla was like a multifunctional precision instrument that was analyzing the information around him at all times. He knew that the black rat's arrival was not a coincidence, but the result of the black rat leader's command. Like a human-shaped detector, Scylla knew everything that was going on around him like the back of his hand. How many people in the group had just passed through which cave, how many black rats were at which cave entrance nearby, and so on. He knew all of this, which allowed Scylla to avoid a lot of trouble. Looking at the buckle of his backpack, the corner of Scylla's mouth curled up slightly. The next one should be appearing soon. In front of him was a corner of a cave entrance. Scylla slowly walked over, and just as he was about to reach the turning point, the rat claw in his hand shot out like lightning. At the corner, a person wearing a combat suit had his throat pierced and was directly nailed to the cave wall. His eyes were also filled with disbelief, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. This was originally meant to kill Scylla. The rat claw's trajectory was in an arc, not to mention that it was so accurate in an environment like this inside a cave. This was something that the person had not expected. Scylla pulled out the rat claw, and just like before, it let out a sound that was difficult for human ears to distinguish. In the following period of time, Scylla took care of 3 more people. There was a mini tracking device at the buckle of Scylla's backpack. This was installed in the backpack before the equipment was distributed, and it was specially sent to Scylla. It was obvious that they had long since prepared to find an opportunity to kill Scylla here. However, they did not know that Scylla had already detected the tampering on the backpack when he received it. This was the so-called beat them at their own game. After walking in the network of caves for so long, Scylla could already clearly feel the number of black rats decreasing. Since Scylla had provided blood samples and related data in a timely manner, the operatives were able to make adequate preparations, reduce casualties, and improve efficiency. As Scylla walked, he suddenly stopped and turned around. In the darkness, on the other side of the cave, a large black rat nearly 3 meters tall stood there, its red eyes emitting a bloody glow in the darkness. "You finally appeared. I thought you'd keep hiding from me." There was a hint of a smile in Scylla's tone. "That thing inside your body, I want it." Chapter 41. Scylla had always suspected that the black rat leader had something on its body that could cause it to undergo such a change. Mutation was one thing, but there would be a period of stability after the mutation. However, this black rat had undergone a second mutation not long after its first mutation, and it had mutated so successfully that its intelligence and combat power seemed to have been accumulated over hundreds of years. He had never heard of such a thing before. A rat that was still strong for hundreds of years, or a 1-year-old rat? Who was more intelligent? The answer was obvious. When Scylla was examining the traces left behind by the black mouse, he discovered that there was a strange substance inside its cells. In other words, there might be something inside the black mouse's body that stimulated the cells of every part of the black mouse's body to produce strengthening substances. It wasn't until this black rat appeared that Scylla could clearly feel the special information coming from its body. That information made the chip in Scylla's body very excited, as if it had found its own kind. The huge black rat leader had 2 pairs of incisors that looked like scythes, and it let out a hissing sound that didn't sound like that of a rat. It had sensed Scylla's presence before, but it didn't attack immediately. It felt that this human gave it a very special feeling, a faint sense of danger. But at the same time, there was a temptation like a delicious meal. Perhaps eating this human would be good for its evolution. After enduring for so long, it finally decided to make its move. The black rat disappeared from where it was, and the next moment, it appeared in front of Scylla. Silen's reaction wasn't slow either. He had already put his gun and backpack aside, and he faced it with his bare hands. His solidified body collided with the black rat with a dull thud. The instant the black rat's claws swept past, Silen quickly bounced up and kicked the black rat's neck. Bang! The black rat's neck didn't break, but its head and upper body were knocked to the side by the force of the kick. The stone wall where it was hit caved in, and crushed rock fragments fell to the ground. The rock wall was like tofu under the black rat's claws, and the hole expanded under the black rat's continuous attacks, and stone fragments flew everywhere. After so many encounters, Silen already knew the location of that thing in the black rat's body. Whoosh! 2 rat claws swung towards Heishu's blood-red eyes. Heishu closed his eyes and slightly tilted his head. The 2 rat claws that were thrown by Silen hit the corner of Heishu's eyes, but they didn't even leave a scratch on Heishu's skin. However, the rat's claw that was thrown out as a hidden weapon was only a cover. Silen's next target was its ear. The second black mouse closed its eyes. Silen swung his claws at the same time and aimed them at the left and right ears of the mouse. With such speed and strength, if it really shot into the ear, no matter how hard the earlobe was, the inner ear and nerves deep inside the ear canal would be damaged. The big black mouse also knew the consequences of being shot, so it closed its eyes and leaned to the side to avoid the first 2 mouse claws. At the same time, the black mouse raised its 2 front limbs and used its sharp claws to deflect the incoming hidden weapons. This was a moment. Silen jumped diagonally and flew under Heishu's front paws. His solidified arm pierced through its abdomen. At the same time, his arm sucked the thing out of Heishu's abdomen like a magnet. Then, he quickly jumped away. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. It was a white crystal ball the size of a fist. It was suffused with a dense white light in the darkness. Holding the white ball in his hand, Silen could clearly feel the enormous energy coming from it. However, now was not the time to study this white ball. Silen quickly retreated after obtaining the thing. Only an idiot would fight this big guy head-on. The wound on Heishu's abdomen caused by Silen's arm didn't bleed much. Instead, it immediately began to heal. However, the healing effect wasn't as good as when the white ball was around. The healing speed was slightly slower. Heishu went berserk after realizing that the white ball had been taken away for nothing. Its bloodshot eyes turned even redder as it roared angrily. Its 2 pairs of scythe-like incisors were suffused with extreme anger and killing intent. It didn't care about revenge. It didn't care about the lives of the other black mice. However, it couldn't lose this white ball. All of its reliance, all of its opportunities, all of it depended on this white ball. Heishu chased after Silen like a madman. With every step it took, its long and sharp claws would lift up a large chunk of the cave's stone stratum. Heishu didn't even turn. It simply chose the shortest distance to pursue Silen in a straight line. Its impatience was evident. Many parts of the cave had been destroyed. As Heishu and Silen ran, the path they took gradually began to collapse. The path Silen had chosen didn't have any other operatives. Moreover, Heishu had made a lot of noise, so the nearby operatives were on high alert. When they sensed that the cave was starting to become unstable, they quickly retreated to the surface. Silen had long since formed a clear and complete network of caves in his mind. He knew exactly when he should run to which fork in the road. The path he ran passed through most of the caves. Among them was the place where he had taken care of the hidden assassins. The cave's collapse had buried the last traces. The longer this dragged on, the weaker Heishu felt after leaving the white ball. It grew more and more restless. Unfortunately, the human who had taken its things was also very fast. While running, Heishu let out a long howl. It didn't sound like a rat, but more like those ancient beasts. This howl caused the entire underground network to shake. Even the operatives who were fighting the black mice on the surface could hear it clearly. It sounded like a long, mournful howl amidst the cold wind, or like the demonic voice of an Azura passing through hell. At this moment, all the operatives and researchers who heard this howl felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Just what kind of creature could make such a howl? Just what kind of situation and state of mind did this creature make such a hysterical howl? When this howl resounded, every black mouse on the surface, be it those who were fighting the operatives, those who were hiding somewhere in the base waiting for an opportunity to attack, or those who were about to drill through the last layer of defense at the center of the base, all stopped what they were doing and gathered underground. Even when the operatives fired their guns at them, they remained unmoved. Inform the operatives who haven't come up to the surface to evacuate the caves immediately. Everyone on the surface, be on high alert. Huanil roared into the communicator. Although he didn't know what was going on, judging from the voice, it was obvious that the leader was coming. Somewhere inside the underground cavern, a team of operatives was moving forward. They had lost contact with the surface earlier, and their communicators had no signal at all. But seeing that the cavern was growing more and more unstable, the team leader immediately decided to leave first. Otherwise, it would be a waste to be buried here, especially after they heard that terrifying howl just now. It strengthened their decision to evacuate even more. Team leader, there's a signal. A team member cried out in joy. The closer they got to the surface and further away from the position of the Black Mouse leader, the more signal receivers they had installed earlier remained. It wasn't just this team. The operatives who were evacuating from the surface had also noticed that their communicators had signal. All underground operatives evacuate to the surface immediately. Evacuate to the surface immediately. Huanil's voice rang from the communicator. It was filled with urgency. Retreat. The team leader immediately gave the order. But before they could take 2 steps, they felt a tremor approaching them from afar. Stay alert. All the operatives raised their guns and got ready to fire. However, everyone knew that the number of black mice wasn't something the few of them could withstand with such a loud rumble. Retreat? It was useless. His cavern was very long, and retreating now would only waste their stamina and delay the collision. They hadn't encountered such a large number of black mice when they first entered the underground cavern. Now it looked like the black mice had gathered together and charged at them. And judging from the sound of their running, they didn't bother to conceal their movements at all. They weren't as stealthy as when they fought against them in the dark earlier. Sir was also a member of this team. Right now, he couldn't even be bothered to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He recalled everything he had experienced since he was young, his old dreams, and his ambitious arrival at Seven Lights. Did he regret it? He asked himself. He didn't know. He really didn't know. Right now, there was nothing else in his mind except for the feeling he had when he saw the golden military emblem in his dad's study when he was young. Perhaps from that moment on, he had an obsession in his heart. One day, he would get one for himself, and the name written on it wouldn't be his dad's, but his Surd's. The black mice were already close, and the squad members could already smell the disgusting stench in the air. For glory! For glory! The squad members followed the team leader's cry and tightened their grip on their guns. Chapter 42. The squad leader had reported the situation and the names of the squad members to Huanil the moment he noticed the abnormality. Because everyone knew that Huanil was powerless to save them even if he wanted to. At the same time, similar situations were happening in other places as well. However, Surd's squad was the first to encounter the black mice returning from the surface. Huanil listened to his squad members breathing and growing louder through the communicator with an unusually heavy heart. At this moment, these people were still alive, and they could still hear their breathing. What about the next moment? The squad members around Huanil were all red-eyed, but they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't make it in time. Underground, the squad members could already see the black mice appearing at the other end of the tunnel through their night vision goggles. Ready? Before the squad leader could finish the word fire, a voice suddenly rang from the communicator. Squad members who encounter a large group of black mice returning from the surface, do not fire if you want to live. Move to the side and stick close to the cave wall. Be careful, do not fire. Sillin. It was Sillin. The black mice were getting closer and closer, but the squad leader hesitated. Listen to him. Do not fire, move to the side, and stick close to the cave wall. On the surface, Knight snatched the communicator from Huan Neil's hand and roared. The squad leader gritted his teeth. Do it. When the squad members stood close to the cave wall, the black mice were already 3 meters in front of them. They had been this close to the black mice before, but that was with weapons in their hands, not like this. When the first black mouse passed in front of them, their hearts almost jumped into their throats. The front teeth, sharp claws, blood-red eyes, and the surging stench caused the squad members' scalps to go numb. They were even prepared to die. However, the black mouse seemed to not see them at all. It was still as fast as before and swept past them with a whoosh. Then another, and another, and another. Surd felt the chilling sensation of the black mice's tough black fur brushing past him. He couldn't tell how shocked he was. This was a black mouse, a real big black mouse, a mutated black mouse that 2 shots might not even be able to kill. They could still feel the murderous aura from their bodies, but holy shit, they passed just like that. They really passed just like that. He didn't even glance at them. This was definitely the strangest and most frightening thing they had ever experienced in their lives. Only Scylla knew that the meaning of the black mice's leader's howl was for all the black mice to stop what they were doing, ignore everything else, and surround Scylla with all their might. As long as they had that white ball, they would have a chance to make a comeback. On the other side of the communicator, on the ground, when Neil and the surrounding team members held their breaths as they listened to the sound of the black mice running past them. The image was on, and although the image on the other side could not be seen clearly in the darkness, the red eyes were still relatively obvious. Just looking at the communicator caused their adrenaline levels to increase and chills to run down their spines. One could imagine the feelings of those who had brushed past the black mice on the other side. After the black mice ran over, the sound of tremors also faded away. Knight heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, Scylla was no ordinary person. However, when he tried to contact Scylla again, he discovered that he couldn't reach him. With this group's example, the other groups who encountered the same situation also did the same. However, it was only when they really did it that they realized just how much courage it took. The cowardly ones would have fainted a long time ago. Inside the cave, the group's backs were almost completely drenched. They were still stuck to the wall, and their bodies were still stiff. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. When they came back to their senses, the group members felt a little strange amidst the joy of surviving a disaster. The impassioned and heroic atmosphere in front of them was instantly destroyed. It was like preparing to go to the toilet for a long time only to let out a fart, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. How complicated their mood was, how complicated. Thank goodness the kid reminded them in time. Otherwise, the group members couldn't help but shudder just thinking about it. However, if they knew that Scylla was the culprit behind the black mice's reintroduction, they would definitely snap Scylla's neck in anger. Scylla, who continued to run, did some calculations and felt that the time was almost right. He put the white ball into Jinya's ring. It might be unstable for other subspace items, but Scylla had tested it earlier and found that it was pretty stable. As expected of an item from the mysterious Fuji family of the upper tree. After putting the white ball into the ring, Scylla sprayed some medicine he had prepared on his body to remove the ointment he had deliberately smeared on his body that was hard for humans to detect. As a hunter, Scylla had done plenty of things like using scent to mislead his prey. Scylla left the big black mouse some distance behind. If the big black mouse could speak, it would definitely say, "What the fuck, running away so fast? Who's the mouse here? This thing isn't human. This thing really isn't human." When the black mouse head followed the scent, what it saw was a cat's face painted with fluorescent liquid on the cave wall. It was smiling like a heartless cat, and there was a big meow character next to it. The scent disappeared as it moved forward. Scylla didn't know if the big black mouse could recognize the word meow, but it was obvious that it was fuming with anger. It was fine as long as it could add fuel to the fire. If it couldn't find Scylla who had stolen the white ball, and with his cat face adding fuel to the fire, what would happen to the black mouse head in the end? The big black mouse had long since kicked the matter of taking revenge on the base's researchers to the other side of the universe. Right now, it only wanted to find that detestable human, take back the white ball, tear the human into pieces, and then stomp him in a mud. The operatives in the underground cave had all retreated to the surface. What would the black mouse head do when it was so angry that it couldn't find a target to vent its anger on? It would charge out of the ground. What was there on the ground? The operatives had concentrated their firepower, and there were even armed space planes in the air. Adhering to the rule of capture the leader first, the big black mouse would become a common target the moment it went up. Moreover, without the white ball support, the big black mouse's physical strength was declining, and its body's defense had dropped by a lot. Even if its attack power was still strong, it was obviously not as threatening as before. Scylla believed that Huanil could handle it. Scylla slipped to the surface through another route, avoiding the black mouse hordes that the black mouse head had summoned along the way. When he was about to reach the surface, Scylla sensed that there was a group of people nearby, so he ran in front of them through another route. He used the mouse claws he had collected to cut open his combat uniform, leaving behind many wounds. He controlled the color, viscosity, and degree of coagulation of the blood stains, making it look like he had been injured for a while. 2 vials of antiserum had been injected, and Scylla had forced his face to turn a little pale. He looked like a wounded person who had lost too much blood and was excessively exhausted. The communicator had been destroyed after the last call, so that no one could detect Scylla's position through the communicator's signal reception. After finishing his preparations and inspecting his body once more, Scylla lay down peacefully and waited for the group of people who had passed by. The development of the situation was pretty much the same as Scylla had predicted. The group of people had treated Scylla as a wounded person and even helped him back to the surface. Huanil was relieved after he saw that Scylla was only injured and not in any life-threatening danger. Otherwise, how was he going to explain things to Sir Mo when he returned? Scylla told Huanil his guess, and Huanil immediately ordered everyone to get ready after he was done. They were waiting for the black mice underground to surface. At the same time, Huanil thought, as expected of Sir Mo's favorite student, every prediction is accurate. Chapter 43. Huanil had specially arranged a single room for Scylla. Not long after Scylla was sent to the medical room on the space plane, the sounds of intense fighting and the rumble of heavy weapons resounded from below. It would seem that the big black mouse had gone mad. Judging from the sound and the distribution of firepower, the black mice were no longer attacking in an organized manner like before. The leader's confused thinking had seriously affected their movements. Yo, it looks like the final battle has begun. A medic who was treating Scylla's wounds said. Their tone had relaxed a little when they heard their colleagues say that the crisis was almost over. The medical reinforcement ship had already arrived at the space station outside the planet, and some emergency medicine had been sent over as well. By the time the situation here was more or less settled, the remaining medics on the ship would probably be sent over to help. Yeah, Chief has this victory in his grasp. A medic who had delivered the medicine said. The medic looked at Scylla, who was lying on the bed, and asked, "Are you a student too?" Scylla nodded. The medic made a strong gesture. "I heard from my comrades that all of you are pretty good. However, that academy called Hard is a bit of a pity." Hard? What happened to him? Scylla was shocked. Indeed, he hadn't heard anything about Hard until now. He's in the ICU. I heard that he suffered a few claws while trying to save his teammates. He also sustained a few more injuries in the later battles. The antiserum he injected didn't work, and the rat poison had already seeped into his internal organs. I heard that he won't last much longer. The medic said regretfully. He was just a student in his teens. To them, he was just a child. It was truly commendable that he could participate in this battle bravely and not abandon his comrades under such circumstances. Scylla jumped off the bed. Which room is he in? The third emergency room from the right upstairs at the corner. Sigh. Your wounds haven't, I won't die. Scylla ignored the medical staff beside him and walked out of the ward to go upstairs. Walking upstairs, without looking at the room number, Sillin saw a few soldiers with bandages standing at the door. They were probably Hard's team members. There was also a person squatting with his back against the wall, holding his head and crying hoarsely. That was Serd. At this moment, the door of the intensive care unit opened. The doctor walked out and rubbed his forehead tiredly. I'm sorry, it's still not working. The serums we've injected are all useless. He was very strong, and his obsession was very deep. It was already very good that he had been able to last until now. You guys go take a look at him. He can hold on for 5 more minutes at most. Serd and a few of his team members practically rushed in. When they saw Hard, whose entire body was starting to turn black and fester, they rubbed their eyes, took a deep breath, and walked to Hard's side. Hud was wearing an oxygen mask, and it was obvious that he was having difficulty breathing. His eyes were so swollen that his original outline could not be seen clearly. Through the gaps of his slightly opened eyelids, Hud could vaguely see a few people beside him. Now, not only was his vision severely blurred, even his hearing was greatly reduced. But he knew who these people were. He knew who they were just by looking at the blurry figures. Hud could not make a sound, and Sillin could only know what Hud was saying by the shape of his mouth. I don't want to die. It's okay, you won't die. Didn't you say that you want to be a general? When the time comes, you'll go back and look down on those bastards who made sarcastic remarks. Serd's voice was trembling, and he was almost roaring. The tears at the corner of Hud's eyes were bloodshot when they fell, and they dripped onto the white pillow. He knew very well what was waiting for him. There was not much time left, but he really wanted to go back now. Even if it was to communicate with his family, it would be fine. But the distance was too far, and by the time the communication signal was transferred, it would already be too late. Looking at the gaze in Hud's eyes, Sillin knew that even at this moment, Hud still did not regret it. He did not want to die, but he did not regret it. Diaz had once said, in the army, on the battlefield, the general was responsible for commanding, and the soldiers were responsible for dying. But soldiers had their glory, and they had their beliefs. They would die without regrets. Raising his hand, Sillin placed his finger on Hud's hand. It looked like he was giving his comrade one last encouragement, but in fact, Sillin was analyzing the toxins in Hud's body and then synthesizing specific antibodies based on these toxins. He secreted the specific antibodies from his fingertips, and they seeped under Hud's skin through his pores, and through his blood circulation or other means, they were transmitted to various parts of Hud's body. Serd, who had been trying hard to decipher what Hud was trying to express, saw that Hud's eyes had suddenly closed tightly, and his lips were no longer moving. Instantly, his tears flowed out. Sillin used his hand to poke Serd, who was immersed in grief and wiping his tears. He's just asleep. Look at the heartbeat shown on the device. Serd, it seemed like he really had fallen asleep. 5 minutes later, the heartbeat was still there. 10 minutes later, it seemed like it was beating even stronger than before. After Sillin was certain that Hud's life was not in danger, he patted Serd's shoulder and said, "Call the healer over. Hud's vitality is probably too tenacious that even Azrael wouldn't take him in." Oh, Serd was still a little absent-minded. He called the healer over according to Sillin's words. Looking at the medics who were clicking their tongues in wonder, Sillin shook his head and left. But Sillin did not return to the sick room. Instead, he went to the temporary analysis room. There were some researchers who were busy working there. Some of them had escaped from the base earlier, and some of them had come with a medical ship as support. But until now, they had only managed to analyze a dozen or so toxins and antibodies. Many of the soldiers who were scratched and infected by the black mice were still waiting for the unknown antiserum that could detoxify them. Sillin sighed. He had really overestimated them. Right now, he really did feel the same disappointment he felt when he looked at the other researchers in Seven Lights Institute of Mechanical Engineering. Hey, who are you? Hurry up and leave. This is not a place for you warriors. You have absolutely no regard for discipline and don't know what's good for you. Don't interfere with our work. Sillin ignored whatever these people were saying and walked straight to a molecular synthesis analyzer. He grabbed the researcher sitting there by the collar and pulled him away. The man raised his eyebrows and was about to say something, but Sillin did not even look at him. Instead, he took out a handgun and aimed it at the man's mouth. The moment they saw Sillin take out his gun, the surroundings immediately quieted down. The few people near the door ran out to call for the soldiers. Sitting down in front of the instrument, Sillin swept a glance at the case on the operation panel and then stopped looking at it. His eyes were glued to the screen, and he withdrew his gun to free his hands. His fingers pressed on the operation panel, and the buttons he pressed were absolutely accurate, as if he was very familiar with the instrument. His hand speed grew faster and faster, and he looked incomparably practiced. Not only that, the researchers in the room realized that the instruments in front of them had begun to operate on their own, and the analyzed data was automatically transmitted to Sillin's instrument. In such a short amount of time, this bastard had actually taken control of every instrument in the analysis room. A few researchers began to criticize Sillin for his nonsense. But gradually, all the researchers in the analysis room fell silent. Molecular formulae were taking shape on the screen of Sillin's instrument, and the data displayed beside the rotating molecules was enough for everyone to understand that they did not have the right to make a sound right now. 1, 2, 3. They had no idea how Sillin did it all. All they could see was the molecular diagrams of almost 100 antibodies displayed on the screen. Chapter 44. Analyzing and determining a correct antibody required more than 5 people to work at the same time, and it would take at least 3 hours. How long had it been since Sillin entered the room? Less than 30 minutes. This guy had used less than 30 minutes, and it was more than 7 times more than the 50 people in the analysis room combined for more than half a day. What kind of concept was this? How many things could a person's brain process at the same time? What was the limit? The researchers did not know, because all the answers they knew were rejected by the young man in front of them. Just the images on the screen that changed so quickly was enough to make them dizzy. One man, one pair of hands, controlling more than 30 instruments in the analysis room, analyzing and verifying data at the same time. Through multiple parameter calculations and probability analysis, he had obtained 100 antibodies in less than 30 minutes. Sillin ignored the stupefied researchers. He transferred the conclusion he obtained to the synthesizer and inputted the parameters. He separated the antibodies obtained from the synthesizer and labeled the type and dosage. The researchers who ran out earlier and the soldiers who were called overstood quietly at the door and watched Sillin busy himself in front of the synthesizer. Sillin turned his head and glanced at them. "What are you still standing there for? Take these synthesized antibodies and use them first. If one doesn't work, try another one. Try them one by one. There's bound to be something that works. The antibodies can be stacked." The soldiers who came overreacted a little faster. After all, the injured and needy person was their comrade. He placed the synthesized antibodies into boxes according to their labels, saluted Sillin, and then quickly left the place. Sillin let out a long sigh when the antibodies were all synthesized. He had spent a lot of energy in this 1 hour. Not only did he have to process the data from more than 30 instruments at the same time, he also had to add in some of the parameters he obtained from the underground cave. There was no doubt that the computational load had increased. To be on the safe side, Sillin added a couple of antibodies that were related to the big black mouse's poison. At the same time, he also modified a dozen or so antibodies so that their side effects would be even smaller. Quenil, who was commanding the battle against the black mice on the outside, listened to the report from the communicator and smiled. He shouted at Knight, who was firing 2 guns not far away. "That friend of yours is a fucking genius." He finished the work of 50 researchers alone. He synthesized more than 100 antibodies. Of course, don't you know whose friend he is? Both of them felt much more at ease. An hour ago, Pride was clawed and sent to the intensive care unit. Originally, he was worried about whether he had the corresponding antibodies, but now there were more than 100 antibodies. Walking out of the analysis room, Sillin returned to the ward, and the medical staff treated his wounds again. "Have a good sleep. You'll recover faster that way." "Yes, I'll sleep." Sillin smiled, but the medical staff did not notice the meaningful look in Silen's eyes. The medics had just left when Silen's communicator rang. It was something O'Neill had specially prepared for Silen on the spaceplane when he was injured. After the call connected, Knight's face appeared on the screen. "Yo, your complexion looks good. You don't look like a heavily injured person." He wasn't seriously injured in the first place. He just looked scary, Silen said. It was still very noisy on Knight's side. The sound of gunfire was incessant. "Hee, Silen, I'm telling you, that big black mouse has been eliminated. You definitely won't be able to imagine how he was eliminated." Knight's face was wrinkled with joy. After hearing that the rat poison in Pride's body had been removed, Knight's heart was very relaxed right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this opportunity to share the embarrassing news of the battlefield with Silen. He had wanted to call Pride's communicator as well, but that kid had fallen asleep after injecting himself with the medicine. "Oh, tell me." Silen also wanted to know how useless that big black mouse was. "I don't know what went wrong with that big guy. It didn't even look at the road and just charged around. In the end, it crashed into a 200-square-meter liquid nitrogen warehouse in the base." Silen could imagine the situation at the time, without Knight's explanation. The cold lethality caused by a 200-square-meter liquid nitrogen warehouse was absolutely shocking. Coupled with the big black mouse's rampaging speed, the power of the cold explosion was not something the big black mouse could withstand in its current state. If it had been the big black mouse with a white ball in its body before, the liquid nitrogen would not have caused much harm to it. It was injured one moment, but it would recover in the next. This further proved that the white ball was special. Silen rubbed the green pattern on his finger. No one could tell what he was thinking. The big black mouse was suffering from the cold damage caused by the liquid nitrogen warehouse, and then it was attacked by the operation team's firepower. One could imagine its ending. Knight described the situation vividly. After all, almost everyone on the battlefield was cleaning up the last loose ends, so there wasn't much to do. I even took the opportunity to snatch some souvenirs, the big black mouse's claws and front teeth. I didn't get them if I was slow. I was very smug. You can be smug all you want. Right? Don't hang up yet. Let me show you the beautiful nurse, Silen said after looking at the monitor next to him. The monitor was showing the scene outside the door. A beautiful nurse with a graceful appearance was standing at the door with a medicine tray and pressing the doorbell. When Silen answered the call just now, he had set the door to anti-disturbance mode, so he had to press the doorbell to let the person inside open it if he wanted to come in. Silen placed the communicator at the corner of the bedside table. It looked like he had cut off the connection, but in reality, it was just that he could not hear or see the other side, but the person on the other side could hear and see the scene on this side. He also covered it with a book as a cover, so it would not be discovered. Knight looked at the image of the beautiful nurse coming in with a medicine tray on the communicator, and his smile was especially sinister and wretched. Her figure was really good. With such a beautiful nurse taking care of him, that guy Silen was in luck. The nurse smiled warmly and said softly, "It's time to change the bandages." "Thank you." The nurse simply pursed her lips and smiled at Silen's gaze that was lingering on her voluptuous chest. She skillfully replaced the infusion bag with a new one before reaching out a fair and smooth finger to poke Silen's forehead. Little pervert. Silen was not embarrassed at all. He giggled and said, "That's because I'm facing a beautiful woman." After the beautiful nurse had left, Silen turned on the communicator. "How is it? Not bad, right? Stunner. Appraisal complete," Knight said with a wink. "Why don't you mutilate yourself a bit and enjoy the service of a beautiful woman? TSK, go enjoy it yourself. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to clean up the battlefield. After I'm done with the last few black mice, I'll tell you guys about today's great showdown when we get back. I heard that you thoroughly despised those arrogant researchers today, kid. Well done. Forget it. Hurry up and clean up the mess and get yourself a few more rat claws. We can sell them for a high price when we get back to Seven Lights." "Makes sense. I'm going to grab a big bag first." After ending the communication, Silen's smile faded away. His eyes were cold as he stared at the infusion bag he had just changed. A killer could not hide the cold stench of blood, even if they had changed their skin. However, he did not need to do it himself this time. Someone would naturally investigate this. Chapter 45. Since the battle was nearing its end, the remaining medical personnel and the space station ships had been sent to the planet. The research base's protective shield had finally been opened as well, so a few nurses were assigned to every spaceplane to take care of the wounded and sick. A nurse on patrol opened the door to Silen's ward and prepared to record the patient's body examination data. The data displayed on the instrument was normal, but when she touched Silen's wrist, she discovered that it was ice cold. Looking at the temperature displayed on the instrument, the nurse touched Silen's wrist and forehead. It was still ice cold, and even his pulse was almost undetectable. How could this be? The nurse panicked and hurriedly pressed the emergency alarm bell beside her. The battlefield had ended, and Huanil was directing the post-battle cleanup, rescuing the wounded in the caves and other parts of the base. The waste treatment plant had also sent a message that the cleanup was complete. It was only now that Huanil could be considered to have relaxed a little. But that was all. He still had a series of things to take care of after the mission was over. Compensation for the dead and wounded, mission reports, and post-battle analysis were all things that he had to handle personally. Huanil breathed deeply. This ordeal was finally over. Thank goodness those little devils were fine. As it turned out, Huanil had relaxed too early. Just as he finished exhaling, Huanil's communicator rang. Knight, who was dragging a bag full of rat claws and teeth back, saw Huanil yelling into the phone from afar, "A bunch of trash. I'm coming over right now." After ending the call, Huanil said something to a captain beside him and had Gerard come over to take charge of the follow-up matters. Then, he ran towards the spaceplane. Did something happen? Knight walked over and asked the captain. The captain did not think too much about it and said, "I think something happened to a patient on the spaceplane." Patient. There were not many people who could make Huanil rush over in such a hurry without even caring about the battlefield matters. However, comrades like Gerard and a few other captains who were close to Huanil were all on the battlefield. As for the patient on the spaceplane, Knight put down the bag and took out his communicator to make a call. It didn't take long before Pride's two nostrils appeared on the communicator. He said in an extremely sleepy and impatient tone, "What's all this noise about? I'm still sleeping. The doctor told me to rest more. If you delay my recovery..." Without waiting for Pride to finish, Knight cut off the call and dialed Silen's number, but no one picked up even after a long time. Knight no longer cared about the bag of spoils of war and ran towards the spaceplane. Everything had been fine just now. What had happened? Hard's ward. Although he was lying in the intensive care unit, Hard's swollen face and eyes showed that he was recovering well. Hard was talking to Serd, and Serd was telling him what had happened. As Serd spoke, the two of them heard a commotion outside. It sounded like they were heading towards the emergency room. "I wonder who it will be this time." Serd sighed. Not long after, a nurse came in and checked the infusion bag. She then took a sample from the bag and put it into the instrument in her hand for testing. Seeing that the nurse was clearly relieved, Serd asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The nurse replied with a reassuring smile, "I'm fine. I can also ask the doctor directly." "Sai, you're really fine here, but something happened to someone in the ward downstairs. We need to recheck every patient's medication." "The ward below? Who is it?" Serd asked casually. "I think it's someone called Silen." When Huanil arrived at the emergency room entrance, Serd was waiting there with Hard in his wheelchair. "Why did you come out?" "You need rest the most when your injury reappears." Hard could not salute like Serd when he saw Huanil. He raised his hand to salute, but was stopped by Huanil. He said, "I don't feel at ease lying there." Behind Huanil, a person wearing a medic uniform ran over to report the situation. The data of the monitors inside the ward had been erased, the two monitors outside the ward had also been tampered with, and the instruments inside the ward had all been hacked and tampered with. That was why they did not send out any alarm when the patient's body was in danger. Most importantly, they couldn't find any suspicious people right now. Huanil looked at the records on the electronic notebook and frowned deeper and deeper. Negligence. A medic came over from the drug testing room and said to Juanil, there is a highly toxic substance inside the infusion bag. According to the dosage, it can kill within half an hour, but the patient injected with this substance does not feel any discomfort at all. They will only feel more and more sleepy. Then they will sleep until they die. The medic did not dare to say the last sentence, but everyone knew what it meant. Knight, who had rushed up to the ward downstairs when he did not see Sillin, just happened to hear this. He was so angry that he pulled out his gun and pointed it at the medic's head. Are you people eating shit? Don't you know which bag is poisonous and which is not? Didn't you do any tests? To a warrior, they had no regrets if they died on the battlefield, but their souls would not rest in peace if they died for no reason or value. Knight calmed down. When Neil motioned for the medics to pull Knight away, but failed to grab the gun in his hand. Knight broke free from their hands and put away his gun. He took the electronic notebook when Neil handed him and looked at the situation recorded on it. The monitors were tampered with and could not capture any suspicious people. Infusion bag, wait a minute. I know who changed the infusion bag. Knight turned on his communicator and pulled up the communication record. It's this woman. Nurse? When Neil turned on his communicator, dialed a number, and sent the video over. Investigate this woman. Not long after he disconnected, Juanil's communicator rang again. Juanil looked at the number. It was a special communicator from Seven Lights. Although the main mission this time was over, the follow-up work was still being handled. Normally speaking, the people from Seven Lights would not ask about it at this time. After all, it might involve military influence. Juanil suddenly felt nervous when he thought of someone. He gritted his teeth and accepted the call. The image flashed, and M.O. Hang's unusually kind, smiling face appeared on the screen. Oh, little nail. As expected, cold sweat poured down Juanil's back like a waterfall. He had never been this nervous, even when he was facing that many black mice. Elder Mo, hello. Juanil's body tensed up as he saluted. Seeing Juanil's reaction, Mo Hung said, What's wrong? You're sweating all over. Why are you so nervous when you see me? Am I scarier than those mutated black mice? Mo Hung had a better understanding of the mission here. It's more than scarier. It's much, much scarier. Juanil thought in his mind, but he really did not know how to answer. But before he could, Mo Hung spoke. Something happened to Sillin. How could Mo Hung not guess something from Juanil's reaction? But when Mo Hung said this, even Juanil on the other side of the communicator could feel the low pressure around Sir Mo. Sir Mo was about to flip out. Chapter 46. Speaking of which, Mo Hang's face turned from sunny to gloomy the moment he returned from his business trip and found the leave slip Sillin had left in the workshop. It caused everyone in the research division to keep quiet out of fear. Everyone knew that Sir Mo was in a bad mood, very bad at that. Because he knew certain things about the military operation, Mo Hung refrained from contacting him. It was only when he heard that the operation had come to an end and that Sillin had analyzed and synthesized over 100 antibodies by himself that Mo Hang's mood improved a little. To quote Vice Headmaster in Ting's words, the old fox's tail had risen a little higher. But Mo Hung didn't expect that Sir Mo's cloudy mood would turn into a storm the moment he heard that Sillin was in trouble. Mo Hang's expression turned even darker as he listened to Juanil's explanation. You're saying that my disciple made such a great contribution despite his injuries, but in the end he was stabbed in the back. Juanil was silent. With his understanding of Mo Hung, it was best not to speak at this time. What's the situation now? Mo Hang's voice turned deep and heavy. It was so heavy that it was almost unbearable. After resuscitation, the doctor said that he is stabilized a little. I'm still worried. I'll rush over with some people right now. Juanil was contacting Mo Hung from a lounge next to the emergency room. While Juanil was sweating profusely as he dealt with Mo Hung, a medic knocked on the door and came in. Juanil had told him before to inform him the moment there was any progress from the emergency room. Seeing that Huan was contacting him, the medic passed him the tablet. After reading the contents of the tablet, Huan immediately felt a little more confident. Elder Mo, I just received news that Silin is out of danger. Seeing Mo Hang's obviously distrustful gaze, Huan took the communicator into the emergency room and showed Mo Hung the vital data on the device. Then, he looked at Silin's complexion. It was only after a long while that Mo Hung finally believed him a little. However, he still requested that Silin be sent back to Seven Lights as soon as possible. Otherwise, Mo Hung wouldn't be at ease. I'm telling you, this old man won't bat an eyelid, even if everyone in the base is fed to the rats. Their value added together is far less than my disciples. Why should others pay with their lives when they themselves are incapable of causing a major incident? Fucking pay with their lives? Why do they need someone else to wipe their ass for them? His son, General Mo Ching, was a true disciple of the old man. Back then, when Neil and Gerard had experienced General Mo's ruffian temperament firsthand. Once his ruffian temperament was activated, it would be hard for anyone to stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Not only that, the opinions he made were absolutely the opposite of subtlety. For a person like Mo Hung, when he was in a good mood, he would put on the appearance of an amiable senior academic, but when he got angry, he would have to pray for the best. That was the principle of a bully's temper. The world they face is big, but the world in their hearts is not necessarily big. So, when I want to protect someone, don't stop them. Guanil knew this very well. That was why he could only remain silent in the face of Mo Heng's outburst of extreme remarks. He would listen to them one moment and forget them the next. Otherwise, it would affect Sir Mo's amiable image when it got out. It was a good thing that he had asked all the medical personnel to leave when he came in. Otherwise, there's no point in talking about it. After giving Huan a few more instructions, Mo Hung finally disconnected reluctantly. However, Huan had to report to Mo Hung about Silin's situation every hour, or Mo Hung would personally rush over with his men. There was no way Huan would dare trouble Sir Mo. After disconnecting, Mo Heng's expression didn't look much better. Ever since he decided to accept Silin as his direct disciple, he had investigated the Duance family. He knew about the dirty tricks and dirty dealings within the family. The Duance family's influence in the 10 trade sectors could be considered great, but it was completely useless to Mo Hung. Mo Hung looked at a person's ability, not their background or the benefits brought by their identity. He even hoped that Silin could leave the Duance family. It would be best if he didn't have any background at all, so that he wouldn't be caught in those dirty fights. However, now that something like this had happened, Mo Hung wouldn't just stand by and watch his disciple suffer. Someone had to pay the price. Although Mo Hung was in the academic field, in fact, the old man also had a heart of iron and blood. Just look at General Mo Ching. To be able to teach a person like General Mo, how could the old man be a soft-hearted person? Mo Hung adjusted the signal transmission code on his communicator and dialed a number. Some people had stretched their hands too far. They had gotten used to running amok in the 10 trade sectors, so they didn't know how big the universe was. Guanil, Knight, and the others began to track down the culprit. It didn't take long before they heard that the woman had committed suicide by injecting cyanide into the medicine warehouse. Moreover, she didn't avoid the warehouse's surveillance cameras and injected a large amount of cyanide right in front of them. She had no way to live after failing her mission and exposing herself. She couldn't understand why Silin was still alive even at the moment of her death. It had been so long since the injection, but he was still alive. How did this woman sneak into the medical ship? And who was covering for her? The interrogations and checks on medical personnel were also relatively strict. She definitely had accomplices, and more than one at that. It could be a soldier, it could be a researcher, it could be a medical personnel. Guanil also knew the complexity of the situation. When he recalled the promise he made to Mo Hung immediately decided to have the ship send the wounded back to Seven Lights first. Silin, Pride, and the others would assign special personnel to watch over them. Nothing could go wrong or else the epaulets on his shoulders would have to be removed. While everyone was busy, Silen's mind was very clear, even though he was asleep. He knew what was happening around him, knew Mo Heng's concern for him, and knew that night Hard and Serd had been standing guard outside the door all this time. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. Jinya had told Silen when he was very young that humans were social animals. The number of people who had brushed shoulders or swept their gazes across the galaxy was more than 100 billion, but the number of people who truly treated you well could be counted on one hand. This was a kind of wealth that could not be obtained no matter how much money or how long one spent. Even a loner would have a longing hidden in the depths of their heart. This show was developing according to Silen's expectations. He predicted that those people would have a backup plan, and the moment he saw the woman holding the medicine tray on a monitor, he knew that the backup plan had come. That was why he had left his communicator on and left a trail for Night to trace. Even if he couldn't, he could still force the killer to his death. This kind of killer who failed his mission and exposed himself was dead for sure. However, this incident also allowed Silen to feel the warmth he hadn't felt for a long time. It was the comfort he felt again after Jinya and Hina left one after another. When he was lying on the sickbed, there was at least someone standing guard on the other side of the door. For someone his age, he had experienced too much. Chapter 47. On the airship, Silen, Pride, and Hard were arranged to stay in the same sick room. Serd and Night were also in the same sick room. Although Night wasn't injured, Quenil still arranged for him to go back first. Night had no objections to this, and he felt a bit more at ease guarding the sick room himself in case another assassination attempt occurred. Since the matter had come to an end, Silen recovered very quickly. Right now, the 5 of them were chatting in the room. 3 were lying down, 2 were sitting, and 3 were lying down. Serd was peeling fruits, and Night was narrating the news he had just heard. I heard that the big black mouse had doubled its chromosomes after mutation and produced a batch of little black mice asexually. The form is just like the queen and drones of bees. But I don't know the specifics, so people from other research bases went over to study it together. You know, if the results of this research were to come out, it would at least be published in an academic electronic journal with more than 70 contribution points in the League of Stars. Then they would become famous. Don't the people in the research base have any psychological trauma at all? Serd asked. Even now, whenever he talked about mice, he would recall the scene where he brushed past those black mice and felt an uncontrollable chill. That's what those people like. For example, if you were shot in the middle of an operation and managed to survive, would you be afraid of being robbed? Would you pick up a gun and participate in an operation next time? Of course I would participate in an operation. What's there to be afraid of with a gun? Isn't it normal to get shot? They are the same. Isn't it normal for them to research strange things? Sigh. Don't interrupt me. I'll continue. Night cleared his throat and continued. I heard that those black mice produced a certain enzyme in their mutated bodies that allows them to continuously breathe without oxygen for a period of time. This also explains why they could stay in the deep underground cavern for such a long time. Night was a person who always had an I'm impatient look on his face when facing others, but he had a different attitude and was a lot more talkative towards those he acknowledged. Seeing Night's I'm an expert look, Pride glanced sideways and snorted. What a shame. Oh ho, you have a problem with us, young master? Why don't you take a look at yourself? It's understandable that Silen and Hard were injured, but what about you? Young master, useless burden? When he saw Pride glaring at him indignantly, Night threw a grape at him. Don't tell me that you can't tell that the people in your group are special agents. It's precisely because I can tell that they are special agents that I don't want to be next to them. That's why you deserve to be scratched by the black mice. Was that something you could handle alone? Do you think you're a star-level hunter or a heavenly edict warrior? Use your brain more, or else you'll never catch up to your brother, Ji Fei Hong. If I can't become a heavenly edict warrior, do you think you can? At least I became one before you did, Night said disdainfully. If it wasn't for Ji Fei Hong asking him to take care of him, would he even care about this idiot? When Serd saw that Pride was about to charge over and fight to the death, Serd immediately went up to mediate. Sillin was amused as he watched from aside. If Serd didn't step forward to mediate, Pride would probably get beaten up by Knight again. Similar incidents had already happened a few times. However, the Heavenly Edict warriors and Star Rank hunters that Knight mentioned caught Sillin's attention. There were countless hunters in the League of Stars, and those who stood at the top were awarded the title of Star, which was what Knight referred to as Star Rank hunters. Currently, in the hunter world of the League of Stars, there were a total of 6 people who held the title of Star. The leaders of the 4 great hunter regiments were all star-ranked hunters, and there were also 2 elusive loners. These 6 people were collectively known as the 6 Stars of Hunter. In the army, the Heavenly Edict warriors held the highest honor among warriors and were awarded the title of Heavenly Edict. However, they were too mysterious, and many things were classified as top secret by the army. To the public, they only existed in legends. Even the descendants of generals like Knight and Pride were not clear about them. They only knew that there were 4 of them. The 4 Heavenly Edict generals and the 6 Stars of Hunter were the lifelong goals of warriors and hunters in this era. Only after this mission did we realize the difference between students and the regular army. We still need to work hard. Hard sighed as he lay on his sickbed. Hearing Hard's words, Knight and Pride looked at Sillin at the same time without saying a word. Hey, what kind of reward do you think the school will give us after we return? Serd said expectantly. Reward? Knight rubbed his chin. It's either credits or money. However, we will record a military merit in our files. It may not be a lot, but it's at least an honor. It will be more useful if we mix into the army in the future. That's good enough. Military merit is enough. Har grinned. When they arrived at Planet 7 Lights, the warship stopped at the space station and was transported by a space plane. They landed at the training division's special port. Sillin and Hard were pushed out in wheelchairs. Originally, Pride was supposed to be pushed as well, but he did not sit on it for the sake of his pride. A lot of people were already gathered at the training division's port, and some of 7 Light's higher-ups were present as well. After all, this operation was due to the accident at 7 Light's research base. The students of the training division were all present, and so were Lung and Xianxia. However, Lung was winking at Sillin and pointing towards a certain direction with his chin. There was a very familiar long flying car parked there. After Sillin was pushed out of the space plane, a person walked down from the flying car. When Knight saw that person, he abandoned Sillin and retreated without any sense of loyalty. From the looks of it, he was trying to hide as far away as possible. When Sillin saw the newcomer, the corner of his lips twitched. Why are you here? Mo Hung looked at Sillin seriously from head to toe with a stern face. After confirming that he had recovered well, he raised his hand and pinched. At the training division's port, the students and school higher-ups who came to greet and comfort the wounded, and the people who came down from the space planes added up to several thousand people. Under the gazes of these several thousand people, Sillin was pinched and reprimanded by Mo Hung. Mo Hang's strong and vigorous voice could be heard in the huge port. There were a lot of seniors among the students who came here, and they had only seen Mo Hang's amiable appearance before. When had they ever seen Vice Headmaster Mo like this? Every single one of them fell silent. Just looking at Sillin's face pinched by Mo Hung was enough to make their faces hurt. However, the school higher-ups were surprised. Those who knew Mo Hung well knew that he would only pinch someone's face if it was someone he cared a lot about. Moreover, Mo Hung might look like he was reprimanding Sillin, but he was actually telling everyone else that this kid was under his protection, and they would have to go through this old man first if they wanted to touch him. 10 trade sectors, inside a manor on a planet at Sector D that was not far away from the bustling city. Aflon was watering leisurely with a watering can, and behind him, Officer Safo was reporting the situation. Those families have suffered quite a bit from this incident. The military's seizure of supplies, the government's sudden investigation, the termination of business partnerships, and even the famous academics who were invited as guests have changed their minds. Aflon did not react much to the report. After he was done watering, He put down the watering can and wiped his hands with a towel Sappho passed him. Then, he said, "Triple his bounty this time." "Yes." Then, the person responsible for contacting Seven Lights followed the original plan. "All right, I'll get to it right away." Chapter 48. Careful, watch your legs. Hey, be gentle. At Seven Lights Technology Development Zone's Research Division Hospital, Mo Hung was directing people to transfer Silin from the wheelchair to the hospital bed. Silin had said that he could move on his own, but Mo Hung did not listen to him at all. On one hand, he wore a look of disdain as if Silin was a troublesome person, and on the other, his hands were constantly directing the people carrying Silin to move as if he was afraid that Silin would bump into something. Silin wanted to cry, but had no tears. In reality, he could kill 10 black mice with his bare hands right now without suffering a single injury. But who told him to pretend to be sick? Pretending to be sick was a very painful thing. He brought this upon himself. Although the medical equipment showed that Silin was completely able to leave the hospital, Mo Hung still forced Silin to continue recuperating for another 10 days, and no one was allowed to visit him during these 10 days. In reality, this was probably his punishment for Silin's sudden leave to participate in the training division's dangerous mission. Every day, Silin could only communicate with other people through the microcomputer. Seven Lights had an internal communication platform, and Silin's friend list only had 5 people: Knight, Lung, Ci, Jinsheng, Hard, and Surd. Although there were only 5 of them, the chat box was flashing nonstop every day. Today, when Silin woke up in the morning and turned on the microcomputer, several messages popped up. They were all talking about the same thing: the rat extermination mission that the 5 of them had participated in. Now that the matter over at the biochemistry base had been resolved, there was no longer a need to hide any longer. Moreover, even if every student in the training division kept it a secret, some students who were not part of the training division could always inquire about it if they wanted to. Since the matter over at the base had been exposed, Silin and the other 5 students who participated in the mission had also been exposed. There were even people who had created a strength ranking for them. Silin opened the Seven Lights forum according to the forum address Knight left behind. As expected, the first few hot threads were related to them, and there were even pictures of the black mice at the top. There were a lot of replies below, some positive, some negative. Of course, there were also people who came purely to see the mice. As for the ranking of the 5, from 1st to 5th, they were Knight, Pride, Surd, Hard, and Silin. As for why the ranking was like this, there was a reason. Why were Hud and Silin at the end of the line? When they got off the space plane that day, only the 2 of them were sitting. Hard was discharged the next day, but Celine had to wait a few more days. That was why he was the last one in line. Pride should be thankful that he insisted on not sitting in a wheelchair that day. Otherwise, he would have died of depression if he had a queue behind Surd. However, the more Silin read, the more ridiculous the content became. Where did it start to stray from? This was due to the person on the 1626 comment, buy-in. As soon as this person replied, the comments below began to go astray until they had nothing to do with the content of the post. This was probably what Knight and the rest wanted Silin to see. This is what the old man said: "Actually, I'm more optimistic about the 5th one." As a result, the people below began to reply, and, judging from the time, the speed at which they replied was extremely fast. In less than a minute, more than 5 pages were filled. Surprise appearance of Beauty Sa. Beauty Sa, did you see the vow of true love I wrote to you 57 days, 12 hours, 38 minutes, and 3 seconds ago? Is this the legendary Beauty Sa? Could it be that Beauty Sa is interested in the 5th brat? What? Beauty Sa is interested in the 5th brat. Beauty Sa, have you already given your heart to the 5th brat? Breaking news, Beauty Sa has a crush on a first-year junior. Which bastard is the 5th? Drag him out and strip him. Silin was speechless. He really admired their ability to twist words. He had witnessed how they could turn a grape into a durian, and each of them was more confident than the other. Silin was speechless at the replies when the chat window started to flash again. Lung and Knight's avatars kept flashing. What now? He clicked it open and saw that both of them had sent him a large picture. On the picture was a girl wearing very fresh light-colored casual attire. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she was wearing a sun hat. Her expression could not be seen clearly, and she was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. The main point of this picture was that its background was the hospital Sillin was staying in. Sillin, look at the main page of Seven Lights Forum. C.I. Jincheng sent over a message. When he returned to the main page of the forum, he saw that all the posts marked in red were incomparably eye-catching. They were all posts about that Beauty Sa, and there were countless comments denouncing Sillin, Beauty Sa's rumored boyfriend. There was also a pinned post titled, "Live stream of Beauty Sa visiting her rumored boyfriend." The more Sillin read, the more confused he became. He didn't even know who Beauty Sa was. So what the hell was this rumored boyfriend? The little speaker below the chat window kept ringing, and Sillin immediately clicked on the simultaneous call button. "Hello, Sillin. Have you seen Beauty Sa yet? Sillin, you're actually raising wildflowers, no, delicate flowers behind our backs. There's an adultery going on. We demand the truth." While the two big mouths, Lung and Knight, were quarreling, the door to Sillin's ward opened with a beep. The medical robot walked in, and behind it was the Beauty Sa that Sillin saw in the picture. "Hi, Duant Sillin." The newcomer revealed a cheerful smile and greeted him generously. "Oh, it's Beauty Sa." The voices on the other side came to an abrupt halt because Sillin had turned off the microcomputer directly and looked at the newcomer. At the same time, Lung, who was at the trade zone, and Knight, who was at the training division, were hopping mad. Sillin actually dared to turn off the microcomputer. Could it be that he was going to do something he loved? The duo's thoughts had already begun to diverge. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gallo Teresa, 5th year from the Research Division's Design Institute. She wasn't seductive, but carried a kind of refreshing beauty. Her every move gave off a feeling of magnanimity, and she was very approachable. This was everyone's first impression of Teresa. Sillin did not know who the others were referring to as Beauty Sa, but he knew the name Teresa. There were introductions of famous people in Seven Lights in the school's handbook, and Teresa was one of them. Teresa was a famous talented girl from the Research Division's Design Institute. She was a specially recruited student, and she was promoted straight to 5th year after 3 years of school. She studied under Seven Lights' famous Her Majesty, and the wife of Seven Lights Institute's headmaster, Professor Lin, old Madam Lin. Professor Lin and M.O. Hung were old acquaintances, so it was no wonder that M.O. Hung allowed her to come in. "Is Professor Lin's project done?" Sillin asked. He had heard from Ling Long that Queen Lin was going on a business trip to Sector A for a project. From the looks of it, Teresa must have gone with Queen Lin. Teresa put the flower in her hand into a vase at the side. "Yeah, we just came back today as well. Professor M.O. praised you quite a bit at the dinner table today, and there aren't many people who can earn such high praise from him." Celine shrugged his shoulders and did not comment. Glancing at the microcomputer next to Sillin, Teresa smiled and said, "I've been gone for a long time. I saw your post while browsing the Seven Lights forum today, so I casually replied to it. I didn't expect the reaction to be so big, though. But senior sister, you don't look sorry at all." Teresa did not deny it either. After chatting casually for a while, Teresa stood up and bid farewell. It had been a while since she left Seven Lights for the project, and old Madam Lin was still waiting to deal with some trivial matters in Seven Lights. She could not stay here any longer. "Thank you for coming to visit, senior sister. I'll treat you to a meal after I'm discharged." "All right, I'll be waiting." Less than 5 minutes had passed since Teresa entered the hospital until she left, but the Seven Lights forum was already in an uproar. Although there was only a picture of Teresa entering and leaving the hospital, just this alone was enough to make everyone's imagination roam. Then, someone used some unknown method to confirm that Teresa had indeed gone to Sillin's ward. As a result, the entire Seven Lights forum boiled over. However, Sillin did not pay any attention to them. After Teresa had left, Sillin flipped his hand open. It was a debit card. Teresa had patted Silen's shoulder before she left, and it was also at that time that she had passed the card to Silen. No wonder he kept feeling that something was amiss. So the contact person was her. This was also why Silen had said that he would treat her to a meal after Teresa had left the hospital. Silen smiled meaningfully. Other than knowing that she was the contact person, Silen had also discovered a secret. As expected of a strong competitor for the Duance family successor, Aflon had hidden himself well. Chapter 49. Silen was finally allowed to leave the hospital by M.O. Hung, and he even wrote a touching and incisive 10,000-word self-criticism. But in the 10,000 words self-criticism, there wasn't a single sentence such as never again that M.O. Hung really wanted to read. In M.O. Hung's words, this was a machine without a core component. One word, trash. However, although the self-criticism was a little trash, M.O. Hung still framed it and hung it in his office. Every time Silen went over to submit a mission, M.O. Hung would point at the self-criticism on the wall and blah 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 blah. Of course, this was a story for another time. When Silen left the hospital and returned to the hostel, the door behind him was closed the moment he entered. There were 3 chairs in the living room, and 3 people were sitting on them. They were in the posture of a tripartite hearing. The trio, who were usually too busy to return to the hostel, were all present. Xianxia was playing with the control panel in his hand. If Silen were to run out right now, he would probably be attacked by some unknown substance. Knight was moving his wrists and pressing his fingers loudly. Lung was smiling wickedly at the side. Severe punishment for confessing or resistance to streaking. Choose one. Silen looked at the trio, calmly dragged over a chair, and sat down facing them. I choose C. You bastard. The trio rushed up and pressed Silen down, strangling him. Hurry up. What's your relationship with Beauty Sa? Beauty Sa supporters are already at our doorstep. Look, they even threw rotten eggs. Lung pointed a yellow spot at the window and complained. Bullshit. There's actually someone in 7 Lights who dares to bully you? That was obviously thrown out when you're trying to fry an egg. There's even oil on it. Don't think I don't know. Be gentler. My neck is going to break if you keep strangling me. I'll talk, all right? After finally freeing his neck and catching his breath, Silen explained the cause and effect. A long while later, Knight asked suspiciously, is it really because of Professor M.O. and Professor Lin that she knows about you? Ask her if you don't believe me. Lung looked thoughtful. So you're saying that you're the closest to the water, right? It's the right time, the right place, and the right people. If you still can't get it, you'll be too weak. Knight also came over mysteriously. What did you guys do in those 5 minutes? Chatting. What else? Still chatting. After trying hard to discern Silen's facial expressions, the 3 of them said in disappointment, what a talent. Speaking of which, when the students on the 7 Lights forum dug out Silen's identity and background, there were indeed some who gave up. In terms of looks, Silen was certainly not bad. His temperament would definitely make people's eyes light up. In terms of status and background, he was a member of the Duance family, and his father, Aflon, was on the rise recently, and the position of heir was not far away. At that time, he would be the crown prince of the Duance family. Other than some forces in sectors A, B, and C, there really weren't many forces that could surpass the Duance family. In terms of talent and learning, he was Elder Mo's student. How could he have become Elder Mo's student if he didn't have some ability? In terms of strength, there was no need to even mention this guy. He had carried guns and killed rats before, and his individual combat strength was ranked top 5 in the training division. How could he compare? Therefore, more people were inclined towards watching the show and gossiping. The next day, Silen took his hoverboard and prepared to go out. The trio, eating breakfast, looked at him at the same time. Today is the weekend. There's no class. I'm treating Teresa to a meal today. Silen was fairly frank. Fuck, animal. The trio took out a bunch of tools the moment Silen's front foot left the hoverboard. Reception is normal. Let's test the satellite surveillance. Let's see how that Silen guy picks up a beauty this time. Scylla knew that the three scumbags and the hoverboard would not be idle, but he did not plan to avoid them. After buying a few things on the way, Scylla came to a forest outside the school zone and arrived at the agreed place with Teresa. Teresa was already waiting there. She was still dressed in simple and elegant attire, and she looked exceptionally harmonious when combined with the surrounding scenery. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Scylla put away the hoverboard and took out the food he just bought. "It's fine. I purposely came early." It did surprise a lot of people to come to the forest area for a picnic instead of a restaurant. Why did he say that it was a lot of people? Other than the three idiots in Scylla's hoverboard, there were even more people who were tracking Teresa. However, be it from the satellite or using binoculars from afar, the dense forest was their biggest obstacle. They could not see clearly even if they used a fluoroscope. Therefore, they could only see two people sitting there, enjoying their picnic and chatting happily while watching the flowing stream. There were already a lot of photos posted on the Seven Lights forum. Although they were separated by a large patch of leaves, one could still see the two people sitting by the stream. They could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Inside Scylla's hoverboard, Lung complained incessantly. "Scylla is so cunning. He actually went to such a remote place. The image is blocked by the leaves. We really should install a bug on that guy." Of course, Lung was only saying it casually. They also knew that there was a limit to everything. Moreover, Xianxia was the one who threw the tracker in Scylla's bag in broad daylight, and Scylla did not say anything about it. This proved that he was not trying to hide his tracks at all. They must be talking about a beautiful life and a romantic future. Many people thought so, but in reality, the topic Scylla and Teresa were talking about had absolutely nothing to do with romance. Since this incident dealt a huge blow to the opponent, Mr. Duance Aflon has paid 3 times the reward. I believe that it will not be any less for the next 2 months. Teresa said, "My mentor, Professor Mo, has taken action. Not only that, your 3 roommates have all taken action. The military, business, government, and academia have all given some pressure. I heard that the assassin organization has also been put on a wanted list, and they have been thinking of taking revenge on their sugar daddy recently." Scylla smiled when he heard this, and said nothing. Although the suppression from many sides will make those people restrain themselves a little, Mr. Aflon told me to tell you that some people from the Duance family might take this opportunity to make a move. This way, they can shift the blame onto those unlucky bastards, so you should be careful for the time being. However, I think that Mr. Aflon is worrying too much. With your abilities, there is absolutely no problem for you to deal with these people. You really think highly of me. Scylla turned his head to look at that little stream. Unlike the purely man-made streams of planet Brown Earth, this place had a beauty that leaned towards nature. There was even a crab under that rock. When he was young, he would often go to the stream that was slightly further away from the slums to play with Hina, but there was nothing else there other than rocks and water. Hina even said that there was no life in that stream, and that if she could one day see an overflowing stream with all kinds of little fishes, prawns, and crabs on TV, she would definitely be very happy. Scylla touched the pendant hanging in front of his chest inside his clothes. "Do you see it? Hina, there are crabs here. This stream is alive, and we will see even more lively streams in the future." "Who are you thinking of?" Teresa asked. In that instant, just now, the gentleness in Scylla's eyes seemed to be able to drown a person in it. "I'm thinking of crabs." Scylla stretched his back. "Is there anything else?" "No. I'll tell you when I receive news in the future. As long as you remember the payment, you will absolutely not be left out of this. Let's end our meeting here. I see that you're getting impatient as well. Let's give each other a goodbye kiss before we leave." When she was done, Teresa leaned forward and leaned towards Scylla. On the screens of many Seven Light students, they saw Beauty Sa and Scylla lean towards each other. The distance between them grew closer and closer, and then fuck, the tree leaves blocked it. Lung pointed at the tree leaves that blocked the screen and said angrily, "I'll give anyone who cuts down that bastard tree 100 million. At the same time, in another room, Ling Long crushed the 5th microcomputer of the day. Everyone knew that the duo had kissed. Did they really kiss? It was true, but it was just the face. Teresa had only kissed Silen's face, but due to the effect of the tree leaves, everyone took it for granted. Teresa's grasp of the angle was very good. She knew exactly which direction they would be monitored from. After cleaning up the things on the ground, Silen displayed his hoverboard. Teresa pressed the key button, and a flying car flew up not far away. Its color turned from green to white. It was the camouflage color she used earlier. "Do you need a ride?" Teresa asked as she sat inside the car. "No thanks. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Remember the payment." It was a pleasure doing business with you. Both parties left in two different directions. However, Silen flew along the stream for a while longer, and not many people paid attention to him anymore. Knight and the others also opened the forum and looked at the posts. The entire Seven Lights forum was filled with hot posts regarding Silen and Teresa. There were pictures and the truth. The moment Silen entered the room, Knight and Lung threw down their microcomputers and ran towards him. "Kid, hurry up and tell us the crucial part of today's crabs. Where did you get these crabs? They're so fresh." Knight and Lung did not care about the picnic kissing incident any longer. The duo rubbed their hands around a big bag of crabs. Xianxia. These two gluttons. That night, while everyone else in Seven Lights was spitting saliva around the forum, the four people in Silen's room were happily eating crabs around the table. Chapter 50. The Xianxia incident may have caused quite a stir, but it only lasted for a few days before it was completely overshadowed by another matter. The sector championship was about to begin. What was a sector championship? It was a sector championship that all the universities in Sector B and C and the top 10 universities in the 10 trade sectors would participate in. It included events such as mech combat, gun combat, wrestling, integrated warfare, and so on. It was a gathering of experts and geniuses from all over the world to show off their skills. It was also the most influential competition among the universities every year, and it had a special section on the electronic magazine Gathering of Stars that had over 70 contribution points in the League of Stars. Gathering of Stars was an electronic magazine that specialized in reporting all kinds of competitions. It was the electronic magazine with the highest contribution points in the competitive competition category, and it had a great influence on the entire League of Stars. The importance of this competition could be seen from its special section on Gathering of Stars. Moreover, this competition was closely related to each university's student source in the coming year. If a university did not have any outstanding performance in the sector championship, then who would be willing to enroll? Seven Lights was undoubtedly the beneficiary of this competition. In recent years, Seven Lights have been steadily occupying 5th place, and this was something every Sector B university was jealous of. Why was it that they were jealous of a mere 5th place? It was because the top 4 spots of the Sector Championship were all occupied by the 4 military academies of Sector C. After all, the people of Sector C were all people who had trained their skills through hard work. Therefore, the universities of Sector B would compete for 5th place every year, but most of the time, it was occupied by Seven Lights. That was why Seven Lights had the honor and reputation it had today. This was also one of the reasons why so many big families and forces thought of ways to send their children to Seven Lights every year. Seven Lights was like a rich family, and entering this rich family was absolutely beneficial to one's future development. Seven Lights had no lack of descendants of rich families like Lung and Pride, but the ones who truly pushed Seven Lights to the peak were almost all the specially recruited students. Therefore, Seven Lights treated the specially recruited students quite handsomely. Old professors like M.O. Hung preferred specially recruited students because they had flashes of ascending to the peak. Recently, the number of people in Seven Lights at the Trade Street and the Entertainment Sleepless City had decreased a lot. The training division and the school zone's training rooms were almost full every day, and some people stayed in their dorms all day long to warm up on the Sector Championships combat platform. The Sector Championship's combat platform was only open a month before the Sector Championship, and it would shut down after the Sector Championship. The Sector Championship battle platform had training grounds for all kinds of competitions. Although it was only a virtual area, some training grounds would still be full, and those who wanted to train would have to queue up. In fact, apart from the final integrated battle, which was a real battle, the rest of the Sector Championships matches were all conducted on the Sector Championships battle platform. However, because the sensors would reflect the physical conditions of the contestants onto the platform, the virtual characters on the battle platform were actually not much different from the physical conditions of real people in reality. Therefore, physical training was also a must. There were no special criteria to qualify to participate in the Sector Championship. Students from the 1st to the 4th grade could participate, but those from the 5th, 6th, and 7th grade could not. In reality, they could only be considered as half students. For those who continued to pursue their studies, they were already considered as half professionals, and thus could not participate in the Sector Championship. For example, the military academies in Area C or the universities in the 10 trade zones only had 4 grades. For the sake of fairness, the students of Sector B who are pursuing their studies do not have the right to participate in this tournament. It could be said that Knight had been looking forward to this match for a long time. He was full of ambition, and his heart was set on knocking those people out of the military academy to appease his hatred for not being able to enter the military academy. For the past few days, Knight had almost never left his room. He had set up a special storage cabinet in his bedroom, and he would eat whenever he was hungry. After he was done eating, he would continue to fight on the Sector Championships platform. He even wished he could hug the sensors to sleep. Registering an account on the Sector Championships platform required a 7 lights card as identification, and each student could only have one account. Therefore, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade students already had accounts, and their accounts would only be erased after graduation. There were no classes scheduled during the Sector Championship, and even if there were classes, Sillin could choose not to attend them. His current credits were already enough for him to enter 3rd grade straight away, not to mention that he had Sir Mo Heng's support. The instructors in charge of the class turned a blind eye to Sillin's absence. He turned on his microcomputer, put on the sensors, opened the Sector Championships platform, and scanned his 7 lights card to register his account. The account name Sillin entered was Shadow X, and the account name was displayed as usable. After various verifications, the registration was finally displayed as a success, and only a simple introduction was displayed in the Shadow XS information bar. ID, Shadow X gender, male genotype rank, B school, 7 lights battle information, none other than the ID. The other information was automatically generated based on the 7 lights card, and they were all real information. Since he had not participated in any competition yet, many of the display bars were blank. After the information was confirmed, a choice of appearance and physique popped up. He could choose to display it as it really was, or he could modify it himself. The initial appearance that popped up was very similar to a kind of housework robot that Mo Hung and the others had created. It looked very common, and there was nothing special about it. However, Mo Hung had always liked to add extra beautification and modification to robots, and Sillin was too lazy to do so many unnecessary things. It wouldn't affect his participation in the Sector Championship anyways. The reason why Sillin participated in the Sector Championship was originally just to see the geniuses from all over the world and to improve himself from the fights. He didn't think that it was necessary for him to fight for a place. After all, even if he did fight for first place, it would only belong to Sillin Duance and not him. However, Sillin had still underestimated the importance people placed on face engineering. When Sillin finished registering and officially walked into the Sector Championships platform, the first thing he heard was, "Fuck, this guy is actually running naked on the Sector Championships platform." Therefore, the first day Sillin entered the Sector Championships platform, he appeared on the homepage of the Sector Championships forum. Sudden appearance of a naked man. Shadow X had already become known before he had even started a single match. There were even some 7 Lights students who accused Shadow X of losing the school's face and tarnishing its reputation. Sillin was very speechless. It wasn't like this robot was showing its dick, and it looked just like those anthropomorphic housework robots that usually ran around the streets. Since the system had set up such a generic robot option, then it must have been chosen by someone. Naked my ass. Moreover, whether or not it was tarnishing the school's reputation was earned through fighting, not words. Sillin paid no more attention to those bored people. He decided to find someone to spar with first and familiarize himself with platform combat. Coincidentally, there's also a person who had just finished registering and walked out of the newbie area at this time. The person was wearing camouflage clothing, and he told everyone directly that he was from Sector C's military academy. Sillin looked at his information. Fong, male, 3rd Military Academy, rank A genotype. Not bad, a good target to practice on. Sillin sent a 1v1 challenge request straight away. Fong seemed a little surprised. He was challenged the moment he came out, and it was by a rank B genotype non-military academy student no less. Why did he dare to challenge him? A military academy's rank A genotype. Generally speaking, there were many times when rank B genotype military academy students would tie or even win against non-military academy rank A genotype non-military academy students. It was no wonder that Fong was so surprised. Fong's first reaction was that this kid's brain had gone haywire, but it would be too embarrassing to refuse. After all, this was the first challenge request on the Sector Championships platform. Therefore, Fong pressed the accept button. Chapter 51. There were tens of thousands of students practicing their solo battles on the Sector Championships platform every second of the day. Therefore, as a newcomer, no one had applied to watch the match between Shadow X and Fong right now. Moreover, since they were newly registered accounts, the to's followed and followed sections were both blank, so no one could know about their match in time. Those who posted about the streaking incident on the forum's front page would not follow Shadow X. That was just a form of entertainment they happened to encounter after their intense training. Meanwhile, those who criticized Shadow X would not follow him either, because that would make them feel humiliated. This also caused them to miss a great opportunity. Both sides agreed to enter the individual battlefield after the match. After pressing start, Fong did not move. After all, the opponent was only a rank B genetic student from a non-military academy. If he made the first move, it would feel like he was bullying the weak. Sillin also knew what the opponent was thinking, so he made the first move. A white shadow flashed over. For normal people, it might be very fast, but for Fong, it was just average. Therefore, while Fong raised his hand to block the attack, he was also distracted to evaluate the opponent's posture. Not bad. While Fong was thinking, he realized that his arm was somehow shaken away a little when he was about to block the opponent. It was precisely this gap that allowed the opponent's hand to cleverly pass through the gap and attack him twice as fast as before. Bang! Fong took a few steps back from the attack. Sillin evaluated inwardly. As expected of a military academy. If it was anyone else, they would have been sent flying, but the one in front of him only took a few steps back. His physique was very strong, and his reaction was also very fast. Although he could not avoid this attack due to his distraction, the bones and muscles in Fong's chest were all in a highly defensive state the moment Sillin attacked, reducing the attack power of this attack. Moreover, even if Sillin took the opportunity to launch a combo attack while Fong was retreating, Fong believed that he was already prepared. After Fong stood still and looked at this guy who looked like a generic robot, he suddenly felt a little hot on his face. He was actually beaten back by a rank B genetic newbie who was not from a military academy. Moreover, seeing that the opponent did not come up but stood there quietly, as if waiting for him to recover, Fong felt a little angry. He had let his guard down. Before the opening of the Sector Championships platform, the instructors had told them not to look down on non-military academies. There were plenty of crouching tigers and hidden dragons there, and it all depended on whether or not you could encounter them. He didn't expect to meet such a person as soon as he registered. There was anger, but Fong's fighting spirit was even stronger in his heart. He got into a defensive stance and signaled his opponent to attack. Seeing that Fong was ready, and he wasn't distracted this time, Sillin also increased his strength. Sillin's moves seemed to be light, but when he was close to Sillin, he suddenly accelerated and changed his moves erratically. It was difficult for Fong to judge Sillin's intention in that instant. Besides, Sillin's moves were secretly powerful. One blow could make Fong retreat a few steps. The more times he was repelled, the more steps Fong retreated. When Fong was beaten back for the 5th time, he also felt that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have been testing him. To put it bluntly, they were playing. A surge of anger rushed up, and Fong didn't care so much anymore. Let's fight then. It's not my style to hide. This time, Fong didn't defend and took the initiative to attack. At the same time, in a certain dormitory in the 3rd Military Academy, 3 people exited from battle mode after ending their own battles. As expected, we can only find people from the military academies to fight. Those people in Sector B are too weak. One person complained, "You're still looking for people in Sector B? Leave those to the first years. We can only find our own kind." Like me, I've been picking people from the 1st and 4th military academies. The 1st Military Academy ranked 2nd in the Sector Championship last year. The 3rd Military Academy was still ranked 3rd, and the 4th Military Academy was the champion. As for the 2nd Military Academy, because they ranked last among the 4 military academies, they were laughed at by the other military academies last year. All right, that guy from the 1st years should have registered too, right? You mean that Fong Faradin? The 3rd Military Academy's 1st-year Faradin was ranked 5th in terms of individual combat strength. The students called him Fong. However, he seemed to have been sent on submission by the instructors a few days ago. There was no news about Faradin a few days before the opening of the Sector Championships platform. Do you know what his register name is? Look it up. Just search for Fong. You should be using this nickname. Yeah, there really is one. He just registered today, and the information shows that he's from our 3rd Military Academy. But he's currently in a match. Match! The rest of the people in the dormitory swarmed over. Most of the military academies were dormitories with 4 to a dozen people. This dormitory alone had 8 people. The 8 of them gathered together and discussed. The opponent is actually from 7 Lights, and he's just a rank beat genotype no less. With Faradin's strength, why would he bully someone from 7 Lights? It's already been 16 minutes, and it's not over yet. Faradin is probably going easy on him. He's a newbie after all. While they were talking, the screen showed that the match had ended. Ha, it's over. I told you that Faradin kid, he lost. How is that possible? Fong's battle status was shockingly displayed as 1 loss, while Shadow X's was displayed as 1 win. After a moment of silence, someone spoke up. This Fong isn't that Fong, is he? They were silent. According to the information, it should be Faradin, but the result of this match was too strange. Wait, let me ask. One of them opened the 3rd Military Academy's in-school chat software. Right now, in one of the 3rd Military Academy's dormitories. Faradin sat there drenched in sweat. Both his arms were trembling, and he was panting heavily. The rest of the people in the dormitory were shocked by Faradin's appearance, but when they saw Fong's battle situation on the screen, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Faradin felt the throbbing pain in his muscles, and the sensors clearly transmitted the pain to him. Shadow X was practically using the entanglement formula earlier, pestering him and continuously increasing his strength until he finally forced his own fighting spirit to the point where it turned into killing intent. Faradin held his head with his hands. The sweat on his forehead kept dripping down when he thought of that moment. Shadow X looked like a generic robot, but at that moment, he looked like a demon king. If this was a real battle, Faradin was certain that he would be dead already. Completely and utterly dead, and his arms would be broken into pieces. After sorting out his thoughts, Faradin took a deep breath and moved his slightly stiff arms a little. Faradin, that's Shadow X. Very strong. That guy is very strong. Faradin sighed. Then, he stood up and took his communicator to the balcony. After Faradin walked out, the few people in the room exchanged glances with each other. There really weren't many people of the same age who could be evaluated as very strong by Faradin. Therefore, they logged into the Sector Championship platform, searched for Shadow X, and added him as their followers. When the people in the upper grade dormitory saw that there was no response from the in-school chat loudspeaker, they were guessing the reason. Then, someone shouted, someone added him as their follower. The number of people following Shadow X was displayed as 5. When they clicked on it, all 5 of them were freshmen from the 3rd Military Academy. 5 minutes later, Fong focused on Shadow X. The in-school loudspeaker also played Faradin's reply. Fong, it's me. Shadow X is very strong. Faradin did not become depressed just because he lost his first battle on the Sector Championship platform. On the contrary, he was very excited right now and did not deliberately hide his loss to Shadow X. He had told the instructor about this just now, and the instructor had analyzed the reason for it. Moreover, it was very beneficial for Faradin to find his own shortcomings and inadequacies. Every time he came into contact with a new fighting style, it was the best opportunity to improve himself. Shadow X's fighting style was undoubtedly a very good example. Faradin's reply caused the upper grade dormitories to boil with excitement. Therefore, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, this was also the reason why the generic robot Shadow X had attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people on the first day. Moreover, the people who were paying attention to him were all the students of the 3rd Military Academy. Chapter 52. Sillin had frequently received challenge requests from Military Academy students after the Fong's battle, but he only accepted one challenge every day because he didn't have that much time. Although the Sector Championship was a relatively important competition to many people, it was not even comparable to a tiny spare part to his mentor Mo Hung. Other than Mo Hung, there were also some people like Xianxia and Lung who did not place much importance on the Sector Championship. Xianxia had gone on a business trip to the communication base at a nearby asteroid, while Lung had gone to manage his business. Some of Planet 7 Light's supplies came from Andrira's family, and because the Sector Championship was approaching, the demand for certain items had begun to skyrocket. More than half of the necessities, such as microcomputers and sensors, were supplied by Andrira, and then 7 Lights would sell them to the students. Lung was probably collecting money even in his dreams right now. The Sector Championship was nothing but a money-making tool to him. During the first 3 days after he registered on the Sector Championship platform, every time Sillin logged on, he would discover a huge pile of challenge requests in his inbox, and all of them were from the military academies. The 3rd Military Academy was the only one on the first day, but by the second day, the other 3 military academies had jumped out as well. Sillin only picked a random person to fight, slept until the next day after the battle, and then went to the research division to complete Mo Heng's assignment. It was only during these 3 days that Sillin fought on the Sector Championship platform, and on the 4th day, Sillin was ordered by Mo Hung to stay at the research division to complete a large mechanical assembly. It would probably take a few days. In Mo Heng's words, "Isn't it just a warm-up before the match? Why are you messing around with those people? Hurry up and get down to business." This was one of the rare, tactful words from Sir Mo. If he was a little more direct, those hot-blooded students fighting passionately on the Sector Championship platform would probably bang their heads against a wall and die. Because once, Sillin heard Mo Hung mutter, "No matter how hard I work, I'm still only number 5. Just like that, Sillin temporarily left the Sector Championship platform and threw himself wholeheartedly into Mo Heng's great mechanical plan. In other words, it had only been 3 days since Sillin logged onto the Sector Championships platform. He had challenged 1 person and accepted 2 challenges. In total, he had 3 matches, and his record was 3 wins and 0 losses. 3 wins and 0 losses. There was nothing special about him just by looking at his battle record. There were plenty of people with over 100 wins and 0 losses on the Sector Championship platform, But what was special was that there were two special characters among the three people Sillin had fought. One was the first person he had challenged in the 3rd Military Academy, who was ranked 5th in terms of individual combat strength, Faradin, ID Tusk. The other was the fellow from the 4th Military Academy with the ID Invincible Champion, whom Sillin had randomly drawn. He wasn't a new student. It was precisely because of these two that the number of people from the 3rd and 4th Military Academies who challenged Sillin in the following period of time was exceptionally high. Of course, Sillin did not know about these recent events, at least. When he was assembling his machinery, he did not have the time to think about the sector championship. Sillin was not currently working in his own workshop, but in Mo Heng's large workshop. At this moment, Sillin was staring blankly at the piles of sorted parts all by himself. So many. And Mo Heng was sitting leisurely on a chair, not too far away, his legs propped up on the table, and he picked up a cup of tea to taste. As punishment for you taking leave for no reason before, I'll leave these to you. There were originally 10 parts waiting to be assembled, but Master has specially picked the most complicated one. See how much Master loves you. And Mo Heng said in a hurried tone of kowtowing and thanking Master for his kindness. Take leave for no reason, my ass. The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched. Master, you really hurt me to death. Sillin emphasized the word hurt. Of course, who asked you to be my disciple? Ever since Sillin found out that being a research assistant in this circle was almost equivalent to being a disciple, and a true disciple at that, Sillin felt that his future was filled with parts. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. Don't think I don't know that you ate 3 big bowls of rice, a pot of noodles, and a plate of roast chicken for breakfast. You have all the strength you need right now, kid. Also, as my supervisor, don't even think of slacking off. If the overall accuracy can't reach 96% of the theoretical value, then dismantle it and start over again. And Mo Heng patted the monitor next to him. The program had already been set up, and it was just waiting for Sillin to start calculating the overall accuracy. Sillin looked at Mo Heng helplessly. Thank you for your grace, Master. You're welcome. If the students outside saw Mo Heng's appearance, their jaws would definitely drop. At this moment, Mo Heng was completely devoid of his usual amiable smile and the steady temperament of a senior professor. Vice Headmaster and Ting described Mo Heng like this as a senior academic consultant. Sillin arrived in front of the piles of parts and gave them a cursory look. First, he had to assemble the parts that had already been categorized into components and components, and there was a certain order to the assembly of these components. He had to choose which pile to assemble first and which pile to assemble next, so that he could save more time during the assembly later on. With just a glance, Sillin could see the best assembly order for these piles of parts. After choosing a pile, he began to assemble them. Mo Heng nodded in satisfaction. His disciple was still better than Sillin. Not even the disciples of those old fellows had eyes as good as Sillin's. Every knuckle, every muscle, and every joint had just the right amount of strength and precise timing. There were no unnecessary movements, but it was as if they were looking at a perfect work of art that they couldn't take their eyes off of. The feeling it gave off was that a part could be assembled with the slightest movement of a finger. It was incomparably easy. In reality, there were multiple movements happening at the same time in that instant. It was just that it was difficult for a normal person's vision to capture them. Every time Mo Heng watched Sillin assemble, he would have the feeling that the golden point was right in front of him. It was a wonderful feeling. Sillin was Mo Heng's hope, his hope to make contact with that legendary light. The monitor next to Mo Heng showed that his overall accuracy had reached 96% of the theoretical value. This was a very difficult feat to maintain, and even the great teachers of 7 Lights might not necessarily be able to maintain such high overall accuracy for a long period of time. This was the difference between constitution and concentration. For a mechanical engineer, constitution was also an important factor. Every time Sillin assembled, he felt that he should be able to assemble faster and have higher overall accuracy. But no matter how hard he tried, his overall accuracy could only stay at 99. 96%. It was like a transparent barrier. He could see the other side, but he couldn't jump over it. Sai, forget it. I can't force this kind of bottleneck either. If I accidentally shake my hand and my overall accuracy drops to 99, 95%, then according to Mo Heng's standards, the entire part will have to be dismantled and reassembled. Dismantled and reassembled? Suddenly, Sillin felt a blurry light flash through the darkness. Dismantle and reassemble, dismantle and reassemble. Mo Heng was watching with great interest at first. He was sighing at his disciples' powerful assembly talent and feeling pleased with himself on the inside. But in the next moment, he saw Sillin suddenly stop what he was doing and stand there motionlessly as if he was stunned. Chapter 53. Mo Heng did not disturb Sillin. Sillin must have thought of something. Sometimes, as long as a fleeting idea was grasped again, it would be very beneficial to personal progress. Such an opportunity could only be encountered. Of course, he hoped that Sillin was really inspired and not hungry again. If that was the case, Mo Heng would not be able to resist throwing the cup at him. Sillin stayed there for a few minutes. Then, he put down the parts he was still holding and put aside the parts that were almost assembled. He took out the combination tool knife and began to dismantle the parts one by one. Until now, Sillin had only assembled and had not really dismantled any machinery. Therefore, when he was thinking, he always felt that something was missing. The so-called mastery was to have a more comprehensive and thorough understanding. Forward and backward, assembly and disassembly, they should all be more thoroughly understood and practiced. During the process of dismantling, Sillin could think from a different angle and analyze the machinery. It turned out that this was what he had been missing all along. Every time Sillin swept his eyes across an assembled machine, the only thing he would think about was how it was assembled. He never thought about how he should dismantle the machine, which direction he should start from, which part he should start from, and what order he should follow. Reverse deduction, reverse speculation, just like anti-tracking during hunting, should be on the same level as forward thinking, but it was often ignored. Divergent thinking and convergent thinking played an equally important role. Sillin's dismantling was not slow either. Almost all one could see was Sillin holding the tool knife and making a casual cut. The parts that were originally assembled as a solid whole were all separated. Every angle of force applied meant whether the dismantled parts were intact or deformed. The parts that Sillin dismantled fully explained the ability of the disassembler. On the parts, as long as the tool knife touched them, there would more or less be traces left. They might not be visible to the naked eye, but they definitely existed. Even the slightest change in a part would affect its precision. Therefore, during the process of dismantling, Sillin tried his best to reduce the number of times he used the knife. Therefore, there was a flash of the knife, and several pieces were dismantled. Mo Heng looked at Sillin's movements and nodded to himself. Sure enough, he was inspired and not hungry. After Sillin disassembled the parts that were almost fully assembled, he sat on the ground and tossed the parts up, caught them, tossed them up again, caught them again, tossed them up again. Then he put the parts aside and lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling. In his mind, the parts were scattered all over the place, then assembled one by one. After assembling, they separated, disassembled, assembled, disassembled, assembled. After thinking for a moment, Sillin crawled to his feet and began to assemble. Unlike before, Sillin would toss a few parts into the air when he was assembling, and when the parts fell to the assembly point, Sillin's hand would flash, and the parts would be firmly attached to it. At first glance, it looked as if the parts were being tossed into the air and then falling back down. If one looked closely, they would see that the parts were falling in a certain order. At the same time, during the assembly, Sillin made improvements in 3 areas. This was a shortcut discovered during the reverse process. A string of data appeared on the screen. The overall accuracy is 99. 96% of the theoretical value. The overall accuracy is 99. 96% of the theoretical value. The overall accuracy is 99. 97% of the theoretical value. The overall accuracy is 99. 97% of the theoretical value. The overall accuracy is 99. 97% of the theoretical value. The overall accuracy is 99. 97% of the theoretical value. The overall accuracy is 99. 97% of the theoretical value. Mo Hong was so excited that his face turned red. Genius. Silin was definitely a genius. How long had it been since Silin started formal education in mechanical assembly? The overall accuracy of the assembly was almost on par with a veteran like Mo Hong, who had been immersed in this field for many years. He was also one of the best in the entire Galactic Alliance. In such a short period of time, the overall accuracy had improved from 99, 95% to 99, 97%. Then, how long would it take to reach 99, 98%? Silin was completely immersed in that world. He was assembling piles and piles of sorted parts into parts, and then assembling these parts into a complete body. Mo Hung had been watching Silin's assembly all this time and didn't look at the calculation screen again. Silin's series of assembly could absolutely be used as an excellent teaching example. However, he didn't know how much other people could learn from it. It was a test of a person's eyesight and active thinking. Throughout the day, Silin did not stop. Mo Hung sat there and watched Silin assemble. Neither of them ate lunch, nor did they have the intention to stop. When Silin finished assembling the last part, he checked it and pressed the switch. The machine continued to change forms. The movements were smooth, and there were no other noises or suspicious sounds. "There's no need to check. It's completely qualified," Mo Hung said. He could not hide the excitement in his voice. Just as he was about to get up and take a good look, he realized, ouch, it's numb. Mo Hung rubbed his legs. He had been in the same position for too long. Only now did he realize that his legs were numb. "Silin, hurry up and help me up. Calm down a little. Sit down first." Silin walked over and put 2 chairs side by side. He slowly placed Mo Hung's legs on them and began to massage them. "Sai, I'm so old and useless." Mo Hung sighed. "I saw that you were quite imposing when you were scolding people yesterday. Those mentors couldn't even lift their heads." Yesterday, Silin had coincidentally seen the scene of Mo Hung scolding those mentors. That was called imposing and forceful. It felt like he was exuding the aura of a king. Those mentors who were usually arrogant in front of the students all had their heads almost buried in their crotches. Mo Hung raised his head. "That's called temperament. It's innate temperament. Even if you still have the aura of a king, you can't forget to eat and sleep when you're working, can you? I heard that you often stay in the workshop, working for several hours at a time. This is called professionalism," Mo Hung said with a face full of righteousness. Yes, professionalism. "Hey, you brat." Mo Hung reached out and pinched Silin's face. "What's with that look of disdain? How would I dare? But even machinery needs maintenance, not to mention people. You better be careful. As the pillar of the research division, you have to last. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble if no one looks after me. TSK, you little brat." Mo Hung scolded jokingly. After pinching Silin's face hard, he waved his hand. "All right, it's not numb anymore. I'll take a look at the machine first." Mo Hung walked around the machine that Silin had already assembled, carefully examining the finished product in front of him. "Master, I want to take a vacation. I'm exhausted today." "Permission granted. Vacation. Mo Hung's eyes were still shining as he walked around the machine, reaching out to check it from time to time. "Master, I want a raise." After coming to the research division, other than the fixed salary of an assistant, Silin received extra income for every completed mission. This extra income was naturally paid by Mo Hung. "All right, a raise. Mo Hung agreed readily. 3 times the salary. "No problem, 3 times. And hurry up and go eat." Seeing that Mo Hung was still not ready to leave, Silin ordered food and had the robots send it over. Of course, Mo Hung paid for it. After eating with Mo Hung in the break room of the workshop and discussing his thoughts on assembly, Mo Hung told Sillin to just sleep there. In Mo Heng's heart, the only people who stayed in Mo Heng's break room were his son and grandson. Sillin was the third, which showed how important Sillin was to Mo Hung. Mo Heng's workshop and office both had special break rooms, and because of Mo Heng's high position, the break room was fully equipped, so Sillin did not refuse. He took over Mo Heng's break room, ate dinner, took a nice bath, and slept comfortably for 2 days. Sillin slept soundly, but little did he know that the sector championship platform was in an uproar. Chapter 54. After he was done sleeping, Sillin got up and opened his communicator. There were more than 30 missed calls, and all of them were from the same person. Looking at the time, they were all called during Sillin's usual rest hours. But this time, Sillin had slept for 2 whole days, and his communicator was turned off. Looking at the number and the many replies as soon as you see this messages, Sillin was puzzled. What the hell was this guy up to this time? However, Sillin still dialed the number at the first opportunity. The call was swiftly connected without waiting, and Knight's haggard and aggrieved face appeared on the interface. Sillin nearly spat out a mouthful of water he was drinking. Just how wronged must he be to make Knight, a man who usually acted like he was number one in the world, say something like this? What now? I'm being bullied. Bullshit. Who would dare bully you? Who in the entire 7 lights could bully you? Get to the point. After Knight's explanation, Sillin finally understood why this guy had called more than 30 times. Knight ran into his old friend Stantine of the 2nd Military Academy when he was doing warm-up training on the Sector Championships platform. However, Stantine and another student of the 2nd Military Academy were defeated by the Visby brothers of the 4th Military Academy during warm-up training, and it stirred up Knight's fighting spirit. However, Knight really couldn't find anyone he liked to team up with in 7 Lights because the Visby brothers only participated in the less popular double matches and not the popular single matches. The first person Knight thought of was Sillin, but Sillin's communicator was turned off, and he didn't reply to his messages either. He tried looking for Ci, Jinsheng, and Lung, but neither of them were free. Certain hard, their abilities were still lacking. Pride? No way. Knight felt that if Pride went, he might not be able to stop himself from fighting all 3 of them at once. It was better to go with Sillin, and so the communicator was turned off after the first call. The second call was turned off, and the third call was still turned off. Knight had endured from yesterday until today, and his face was haggard. He wanted to go to the research division several times, but if he did, Mo Hung would probably leave both of them there. If that was the case, then he really wouldn't have any chance at all. The Sector Championship was about to officially begin, and the registration for some of the smaller competitions ahead of it was the first to open. There were 2 days, yesterday and today, so it was no wonder that Knight was in such a hurry. Sillin was amused by Knight's aggrieved look. All right, I just got a few days off. I'll go with you to meet the twins. Knight's eyes lit up when he heard Sillin's words. The haggard look on his face disappeared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Brother, you'd better come back soon. The registration ends tonight. I'm going to send the dual invitation right now. Beep. Sillin was speechless as he stared at the disconnected communicator. Just how thirsty was this guy? After stretching, washing up, and tidying up, Sillin walked out of Mo Heng's workshop. After sleeping for 2 days, he was hungry. Looking for food was his top priority. As he walked to the research division's cafeteria, a student who did not look well greeted Sillin weakly. What's wrong, Sing? You don't look too good, Sillin said. Sing was about the same age as Sillin. He was a specially recruited first-year student, but he basically did not go to class. He spent most of his time in the research division working on projects. Don't mention it. Poor bowel movement. I bring shit to work. Sing had always felt that working in the research division was just like going to work. He had to clock in, work on projects, and get paid. He was like an office worker. Sing, this is a cafeteria. Can't you be a little more refined? Someone beside him spat out his orange juice and glared at Sing. Sorry, I have to be considerate to someone with periodic constipation. Sing made an apologetic gesture and left the cafeteria. Sillin smiled and shook his head. This guy was famous for his periodic constipation. After looking for food, Sillin returned to his workshop to pack up and get ready to return to the dormitory. As he was packing, Ling Long came over. After entering, Ling Long asked in a small voice, "There's no one else here, right?" "No, the surveillance wasn't turned on either." "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to take over a man?" After eating and sleeping, Sillin was in a much better mood and joked around more. Ling Long curled her lips. After closing the door, she crossed her arms and looked at Sillin with a sneaky smile. "How would I dare to take over Shadow X?" Sillin was surprised. Ling Long's words were very certain. There was not even a hint of speculation in them. How did she know? The information protection measures on the platform were done by him personally. Ling Long looked straight at Sillin. "Whether you swim in the water or fly in the sky, whether you are ugly or beautiful, I can always recognize you at first glance." Sillin smiled when he heard this. Levine's Colors, Chapter 7, The Butterfly and the Dragonfly. "You read Levine's books too?" Ling Long's eyes shone, as if she had finally found a friend after traveling thousands of mountains and rivers. Very few people read Levine's fantasy fairy tales with a more artistic style. "I didn't expect you to read them too, and remember them so clearly." Sillin didn't say anything. Chapter 7 of Levine's Colors was about a butterfly and a dragonfly. There was a very large tree by the stream. Its thick branches stretched across the stream. A very disgusting caterpillar was lying there eating leaves. The branch was very close to the water, and after eating its fill, it climbed up the leaf and looked at the water below on a whim. Through the reflection of the water, it saw an ugly and ferocious-looking insect below the water, and that insect also saw it. For a period of time, the caterpillar ran over every day, and every day the insect under the water would wait for it at the same place below the water. Days passed, and the caterpillar was about to turn into a cocoon. That day, it ran to the same place and glanced at the insect under the water, then climbed to a place on the tree where its companions were turning into cocoons. The day after the caterpillar left, the insect under the water climbed out and attached itself to a plant that was exposed above the water. Many of its kind also climbed out along the water plants, and their bodies began to change. When the caterpillar broke out of the cocoon and flew out as a butterfly, it immediately returned to the original place, but there was no sign of the insect under the water. It was very dejected and flew with its companions to a flower field not far from where it was. There were colorful flowers everywhere, and all sorts of butterflies, dragonflies, bees, and so on. It was very lively. The butterfly flew, and when it passed by a patch of irises, its gaze fell on a purple iris. There was a dragonfly there, flapping its wings, and its thin wings reflected a metallic glow under the sunlight. At the end of the butterfly and the dragonfly, Levine wrote a paragraph, as usual. One of the lines was, "Whether you swim in the water or fly in the sky, whether you are ugly or beautiful, I will always be able to recognize you at first glance." "Do you believe Levine's words?" Exquisite asked. "I don't know," Sillin answered. But Hannah believed that she liked this fairy tale very much, and that was why Sillin remembered it. Exquisite glanced at Sillin. "You don't believe it." Jumping onto the table at the side, Exquisite shook her legs like a child. "There are many unreasonable things in fairy tales, but I agree with Levine's words." Turning around, Exquisite looked at Sillin seriously. "I knew it was you the moment I saw Shadow X." Sillin's back was sweating. Was this a confession? Fortunately, Exquisite did not dwell on this. She took out the microcomputer from her bag, turned it on, logged into the Sector Championship platform, and pulled up the Sector Championship forum. "Look, Shadow X, you're famous." Chapter 55. Sillin rarely fought on the Sector Championships platform to begin with, fighting only once a day. This was already enough to make a lot of people want to throw a tantrum. And this time, Shadow X disappeared for 3 days in a row without accepting a single challenge. Some people could not help but come out to criticize him. On the Sector Championship forums, A lot of people had posted their challenge requests right away, openly challenging Shadow X. Most of these people were from the military academies, and most of them were A-rank genotypes. The challengers were all A-rank geniuses from military academies. A military academy's A-rank genotype actually dared to openly challenge a B-rank genotype student of a Sector B academy. Moreover, all 4 military academies were like this, completely unafraid of being laughed at by others. Everyone could not help but wonder just what kind of divine being Shadow X was that he could actually force those military academy students who usually looked down on the other sectors into such a state. Shadow X had only appeared for 3 days, and these 3 days were not long at all. However, that generic robot appearance of his had already become a major characteristic, and at the same time, it also caused a lot of people to feel helpless. There was information about Shadow X on the forums. It was a generic robot image and a simple and monotonous list of information. Male, 7 lights. Rank B genotype, 3 wins and 0 losses. That was all. It was so simple that it was mysterious. After Shadow X's first battle against Tusk, the number of people following him exceeded 10,000. After his third battle, his name became famous throughout the entire Sector Championship platform, and the number of people challenging him had reached 5 digits. Most of them were military academy students of Sector C. The number of people following him had reached 6 digits and was growing rapidly towards 7 digits. This was an unprecedented situation. Since Shadow X had not logged onto the Sector Championships platform for 3 days, someone jumped out to accuse Shadow X of acting like a big shot. Putting on airs? If you have the guts, come and play with me. The people of 7 Lights immediately responded. The people who used to accuse Shadow X of corrupting the school's reputation had also changed their stance. Right now, Shadow X was 7 Lights' treasure. There were also those who said that Shadow X was deliberately avoiding the battle, but this voice did not last long before it was scolded down by the other armies, especially those few people in the military academies whose words carried a lot of weight. They believed that Shadow X had something to do and had not logged into the Sector Championships platform for the time being. There were people from 7 Lights who had specifically made a list of 7 Lights' first-year students who were stronger than the rest and whose genotype was at rank B, and Silen's name was among them. It was just that he had been eliminated in the first round of screening. A person who had just recovered from a serious illness could challenge someone from a military academy right after being discharged from the hospital? No one would believe it. Moreover, some of the trainees from the training division said that Silen's marksmanship was not bad, but in terms of individual combat ability, they did not know. After all, he was ranked last among the 5 trainees who participated in the mission. However, after many rounds of screening, they could not find a single person who could possibly be Shadow X. One of the threads speculated that perhaps Shadow X was not a freshman at all. There was no information about his year in his information at all, so he could not be identified as a freshman just because it was his first time registering on the Sector Championships platform. It should be known that there were plenty of amazing people who had missed out on the Sector Championship due to certain missions during their freshman years. As soon as this post was posted, many people responded to it. In short, there were all kinds of opinions. Therefore, when Silen looked at the Sector Championship forum page that Exquisite had opened, he was also stunned. He had not expected that just 3 days of contact with the Sector Championship platform would result in such an effect. That's why I said, Shadow X, you're famous now. Exquisite looked at Silen. What do you plan to do? Let's talk about it later. Anyway, I have a few days off. I'll log in today and check out the situation. I don't know how many challenge requests you've received, but the Sector Championship is about to officially begin. Are you going to participate in the minor tournaments before this? Minor tournaments refer to those single or two-man tournaments, while major tournaments refer to those that were conducted by teams. Regardless of whether it was a minor tournament or a major tournament, it had nothing to do with the popularity of the tournament. For example, the single combat tournament was more popular, and the audience would always be packed to the brim. The two-man tournaments, on the other hand, were a little colder, and the chances of stars appearing were not as high as the single combat tournament. You want to know? Scylla stood up and packed his backpack. Let's wait until tomorrow. Exquisite wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and snorted softly. Stingy. She put away her microcomputer and even made a face at Scylla before she left. After Exquisite left Scylla's workshop and walked out of the Institute of Mechanical Engineering, she saw someone standing in the hallway not too far away. She was still dressed in the same refreshing attire as before. It was not flirtatious, but it gave off a very dazzling feeling. Teresa did not turn around to look at Exquisite. She was still looking at the distant scenery with a smile on her lips. When Exquisite saw Teresa, there was none of the playfulness she had in Scylla's workshop just now. Her deep amber eyes were filled with coldness, so coldness that Teresa could clearly feel her killing intent. You know, there's someone else in Scylla's heart. Even so, it won't be you, Teresa. Exquisite had always called Teresa by her name. Teresa did not mind either. She only smiled lightly as she felt the breeze blowing over. Teresa, I don't care what kind of deal you have with Scylla. If anything happens to Scylla, I won't let your galwa get away with it. With just you, or your background. Teresa played with her hair that was blown up by the wind. It seemed that she did not take Exquisite's words to heart at all. Exquisite looked at Teresa and suddenly smiled mockingly. Teresa, you always think you're very smart. She then left without looking back. On the same day, when Scylla returned to the dormitory, Knight was still the only one there. Seeing that Scylla had returned, Knight no longer cared about the matters on the Sector Championship platform. He urged Scylla to log into the Sector Championship platform and sign up. When Scylla logged in, Knight ran back to his bedroom and brought his microcomputer over. Registration required 2 people to enter their information at the same time. For convenience's sake, Knight directly brought his own equipment over. However, when Knight saw the screen that popped up on Scylla's microcomputer, his mouth dropped wide open. On the screen in front of Scylla, an unusually familiar-looking generic robot was swaying back and forth. The name displayed was Shadow X. Scylla, what? Fuck you. Knight rushed over and strangled Scylla's neck. I didn't expect you to be the mysterious generic Shadow X that spread all over the Sector Championship platform, the one who single-handedly provoked the war between 4 military academies. How dare you hide it from us for so long? Sigh, it's not like you asked me. Hurry up and sign up. Registration is more important. That's right. I'll let you go today. Next time, I'll let you know the consequences of lying to us. You're a great man. Please forgive me. I'll treat you to crabs next time. Don't give me that, kid. I'm telling you, fuck, I want to eat fresh, live, and unexperimented crabs. As expected of a glutton. Scylla only took a glance at the unread numbers in his message box and inbox before he stopped looking at them. That number, it was a lot. Although he had logged into the Sector Championship platform, he was in stealth mode. He could neither fight nor train. Of course, it was still possible to sign up. Knight's ID was simply Knight. Knight was quite famous on the Sector Championship platform, and many people in the military academies knew him. Moreover, Knight was ranked first among this batch of 7 Light's new students in terms of individual combat strength. Of course, he received a lot of attention. However, when Knight's and Shadow X's names appeared in the participant list of the double combat tournament, the entire Sector Championship platform boiled over. Just how big of a wave would this duo cause? You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.